Douluo, the old Yao lives in my body. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Three-Colored Fire Lotus. 3,000 meters below. The environment here can no longer be described as harsh. Yang Fan felt that the surroundings were no longer water. Instead, they were magma. Every dive he made now had become extremely difficult. Even with Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire as a defense, he could still feel the unprecedented heat. The key point was that he had no idea how much distance he had to go below. This was the most desperate thing. The Ganoderma lucidum essence could only protect him for 72 hours. If the time was up, he might die here. Master, can you feel it? This was the nth time Yang Fan had asked this question. But if he didn't ask, his tense nerves would probably collapse in this suffocating environment. I can't feel it. The situation below the yin yang of ice and fire was very complicated. The surrounding magma was mixed with a special fire attribute energy. This energy had a clear resistance to his soul power and his current soul. Yang Fan stopped talking. He knew that there was only one thing he could do next. Continue to dive. At this time, the soul-breaking spear played a crucial role. The sharp tip of the soul-breaking spear in the slender body became the key tool to overcome all obstacles. Not only that, the soul-breaking spear is his original martial spirit after all, and it is a part of his body. It can give him feedback on the specific situation below in advance. At this time, Yao Lao's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Be careful. Something is approaching us in front. Yang Fan's nerves suddenly tensed to the extreme. He now had only one thought in his mind: stare at the bottom. This is the yin yang eye of ice and fire. No matter what is coming in front, there is no retreat. Suddenly, a breath of hot air hit his face. Yang Fan's brows couldn't help but frown tightly, and he felt that his face was about to burst. This was still under the protection of the bone spirit cold fire on the outside of his body. Otherwise Yang Fan didn't know what would happen. Yang Fan realized that a giant creature was already on his face at this time. It's difficult to dive, but it's easy to float up. Yang Fan was so scared that he immediately rose dozens of meters and pulled a certain distance from the giant creature. At the same time, he also saw the true appearance of the giant creature. It's a dragon. A giant dragon with the same color as the surrounding fiery red magma. Even the auras of the two are exactly the same. That's why Yang Fan didn't notice the dragon when it was already in front of him. No. Master, what is this? Yang Fan calmed down and found the clues of this giant. It's a dragon, but it's not. This dragon only has a form but no body, just like the soul state of Yao Lao. Guardian, we are not far from the mysterious thing below. All extremely precious natural treasures are often accompanied by guardians. In most cases, natural treasures are guarded by magic beasts. This is because natural treasures are also good for the cultivation and growth of magic beasts. The two are complementary. However, the fire dragon that appeared in front of him was different. This is not an ordinary magic beast. This fire dragon is a creature formed by the special environment around it after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It can be said that it was born and raised. Because of this fire dragon only has a soul but no body. Master, do we have to pass it before we can continue to dive? Yang Fan observed that this dragon was at least 30 meters long. As for strength, this is no longer something he can assess based on his knowledge of Douluo Continent. What do you think? Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. If you try to snatch a piece of steamed bun from a dog bowl, you will be chased for a long time, let alone this huge monster in front of you. Although the dragon has no intention of attacking them yet, Yao Lao doesn't think this beast will have a good temper. Don't worry. Looking at the soul state of this fire dragon, it should be a young dragon that has not fully developed. As soon as the voice fell, the fire dragon moved. The huge body was gently shaken, and the surrounding magma became agitated. Waves of hot air hit Yang Fan very uncomfortable. Strike first. Since he would have to face this huge monster sooner or later, Yang Fan simply took the initiative to attack. The Xuantian ruler appeared. Under the premise of having Yao Lao's power, the Xuantian ruler is undoubtedly the best weapon for him. The fighting spirit on Yang Fan's body spread instantly, squeezing the magma surrounding his body to the surroundings quickly, leaving him space to perform fighting skills. The next second, white flames rose from the black ruler, and Yang Fan's eyes turned pale. Flames gushed out from the ruler, and it rushed forward like a flood. Roar! The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth. A loud dragon roar resounded thousands of meters below the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The dragon roar was mixed with violent fire energy, which instantly shattered Yang Fan's ground-level fighting skill flame-devouring wave ruler. Is this a baby dragon? Yao Lao actually told him that this is a baby dragon. After Yao Lao's soul reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm, the power he could rely on also increased. Although he could not replicate Yao Lao 100%, he could at least barely be equal to Douluo. Yang Fan dared not imagine how terrifying this baby dragon would be if it grew into an adult dragon. At this moment, the huge fire dragon rushed towards him like lightning. Yang Fan could not move an inch under the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, but it did not mean that the fire dragon was the same. This beast was born and raised by nature, and was bred by this environment. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth, as if to swallow Yang Fan in one gulp. Yang Fan, who had reacted, had a surge of fighting spirit, and the surging breath gushed out of his body. He stepped on the dragon's lower jaw, and supported the dragon's upper jaw with his hands. His body was like a steel needle supporting the dragon's body, preventing the dragon from biting him. The strange fire appeared. Yang Fan's thoughts surged, and the 5-foot-long bone spirit cold fire instantly sprang up. The status of the King of Fire was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. Even though the fire dragon was condensed in an environment with fire attributes, it could not withstand the violence of the strange fire. The cold breath forced the fire dragon to give up its attack on Yang Fan, and a pair of vertical pupils flashed with a faint fear. The crisis was resolved, but Yang Fan knew that it was definitely not an easy task to kill the fire dragon with the help of the strange fire. Even if he could slowly wear it out, time was not on his side. He could only use that trick. The fighting spirit in Yang Fan's body was circulating, the fire of the fairy grass, the flame of the explosive flame, and the cold fire of the bone spirit. At this moment, all the flames he could use began to surge in his body. Chapter 102 A treasure better than 100,000-year soul bone. 3-color fire lotus. What Yang Fan is going to do is to fuse the 3 kinds of fire, namely the fire of fairy grass, the fire of beasts and the fire of strange fire, into the Buddha's angry fire lotus. This is the first time he has fused the fire together, but at present, there is only this method that can allow him to cleanly kill the giant dragon of fire in front of him. He really doesn't have much time. Stinky boy, what are you doing? Yao Lao was once again shocked by Yang Fan's wild ideas. Last time, he used alchemy and soul power to fuse into a soul energy bomb, and this time he wanted to use fire to play the same trick. This is strange fire. Whether it succeeds or not, the power is far beyond the soul energy bomb. Master, I can do it. Yang Fan has no time to explain now. He has such a mysterious confidence in his heart. This confidence is not groundless, but the experience accumulated from the fusion of soul power and alchemy many times. At this moment, Yao Lao chose to believe. Young, who hasn't been crazy. Even in his heart, he has a kind of expectation, expecting Yang Fan to create an unprecedented and unique powerful skill. At this time, the 3 kinds of flames have already begun to rotate around Yang Fan's hands. In fact, the fusion flame is not much different from the soul bomb. If we really want to say it, the number is from 2 to 3. The repulsion between the strange fire and the beast fire is stronger than before, but his current strength is not that of a small fighting master. Condensation. Yang Fan roared, and the 3 flames began to condense towards a central point at a speed visible to the naked eye. The different energies released from the 3 flames began to surge at the moment of fusion, driving the surrounding magma to begin to roll. Or 3-color lotus with white as the main body and orange and fiery red as embellishments gradually condensed. The huge fire dragon on the opposite side also noticed something was wrong at this time, and rushed forward with a loud dragon roar. But everything happened too fast, in just a blink of an eye. The huge fire dragon was originally preparing to attack Yang Fan, but when its huge body just rushed to half, a sudden break, turned around and ran. Although this huge fire dragon has no flesh, the special environment under the eyes of the ice and fire yin and yang has long given him wisdom that is not inferior to that of humans. Facing the Buddha's wrath lotus formed by the fusion of three kinds of flames, it has already developed a strong fear in its heart. Go, the Buddha's wrath lotus blurted out from Yang Fan's palm. The speed did not seem to be fast, but it still found the giant fire dragon in 2 breaths. Boom. The terrifying magma, with the explosion point as the center, pushed the surrounding magma to rush. The powerful force acted on Yang Fan's body, instantly knocking him hundreds of meters away. Yang Fan's throat was fishy, and he spit out blood. At this moment, he felt that his bones were about to break, but after touching it, it seemed that nothing was wrong. Fortunately, he used all his body coefficients to defend himself when he threw out the Buddha's wrath lotus. Even so, he still felt that he was hit half to death. He didn't dare to imagine what the consequences would be if this trick was used on Douluo. Yang Fan took a look at the soft armor he was wearing inside. It's great. He didn't like this protective gear worth hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins before. After all, it can only resist the attack of the Soul King. But it must be said that, if it weren't for the seemingly insignificant defense provided by this soft armor today, at least 2 of his ribs would have been broken. Ahem. Yang Fan released his soul power to explore the restless magma below, and there was no trace of the fire dragon. It must be dead. What he was worried about now was whether the Buddha's wrathful lotus had completely destroyed the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. At this time, a light appeared in front of him. Yang Fan was instantly alert. Could it be that the big one is coming and the small one is coming? Before his idea matured in his heart, the light in front of him had revealed its true appearance. It was a bead. Is this a spirit bead? Master, what is a spirit bead? Yang Fan asked. This is the dragon gall in the body of the fire dragon just now, but it is not accurate to say so. The special environment under the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire formed this spirit bead after thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and this spirit bead has the shape of the fire dragon, before after the precipitation of time. Yang Fan understood. In other words, the fire dragon he saw before was just a puppet, and the real mastermind behind it was this spirit bead. When Yang Fan was struggling whether to fight with the bead again, Yao Lao's relaxed and joyful voice rang in his mind. Put it away. This fire spirit bead is yours now. Yang Fan sucked hard with his palm, and the fire spirit bead in front of him was indeed played with in his hands. The fire spirit bead is not big. It is not much different in size and shape from an egg, and there are several obvious special lines on the fiery red surface. A careful observation can feel the violent fire attribute energy contained in it. Master, what is the wonderful use of this fire spirit bead? The fact that it can survive the terrifying explosion of the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus intact has proved the extraordinary quality of this fire spirit bead. But this is all Yang Fan can infer. Silly boy. Don't look at this fire spirit bead for its unprepossessing appearance. As long as it is used properly, it is a treasure that is more beneficial to practitioners than any 100,000-year soul bone. Yao Lao finally understood why he felt his soul being pulled when he first came to the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. It was this fire spirit bead. After Yang Fan put the fire spirit orb into the storage soul guide, the feeling of being rejected by the soul was significantly relieved. It's better than any 100,000-year soul bone. Just this sentence made Yang Fan extremely excited, not to mention the confidence in Yao Lao's tone. Master, what should we do now? The inexperienced Yang Fan began to seek Yao Lao's opinion at this time. Keep diving. If I'm not mistaken, we are not far from the mysterious thing that can form the yin-yang eye of ice and fire at the bottom. After receiving Yao Lao's instructions, Yang Fan did not dare to hesitate for a moment. Time passed by minute. They had been down for a full 8 hours, and until now they still didn't know what the world was like at the bottom. Another 2 hours passed. Although Yao Lao said that they were not far from the bottom, he still had no clue. After diving for 1,000 meters, the only change was that the world below was constantly expanding. From the horizontal range of only a few hundred meters in diameter just now, he could no longer feel the edge continue to go down. When he came to about 5 kilometers below the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Yang Fan suddenly felt a strange breath. It's right below. Yao Lao's voice was certain and excited. Having lived in Douluo Continent for a lifetime, he had visited some ruins with treasures more than once. He was sure of this. At this time, Yang Fan could already vaguely see the scene below. The first thing that came into view was a phantom that was thousands of meters long. Chapter 103, Top Beast Fire Dragon Flame. The area 5,000 meters below the yin yang of ice and fire was not as chaotic as before. The place where he had been diving just now seemed like a narrow passage, and when he really passed through the passage, he appeared in a space of 10,000 meters below. It was extremely clear here. The phantom that was 1,000 meters long just now was perfectly displayed in his eyes. Just as he guessed, the phantom he saw just now was the body of a giant dragon. The difference was that the body of this giant dragon was too big, and the part exposed to his field of vision was 1,000 meters. If the head and tail buried were included, it would be at least 1,500 meters. I think this should be the body of the Fire Dragon King that sank in the Sunset Forest. Although it has been through countless tens of thousands of years, the body of the Fire Dragon King is still well preserved, and even let Yang Fan feel the huge energy contained in the dragon bone. Master, is this dragon bone useful to us? Yao Lao said unhappily. If it is useful, can you take it away? It's too big. Such a big dragon body is really too rare. That's true. Even the smallest section of the dragon bone was not something he could take away at the moment. Yang Fan was still conservative. Only when he really came to the corpse of the Fire Dragon King could he truly feel the unprecedented shock. It was too big. Even the smallest piece of bone was equivalent to a house. He didn't dare to think about how terrifying this Fire Dragon King would be if he was alive. At this moment, a fire-colored light suddenly appeared in the dragon bone and flashed out. In an instant, the eyes of the master and the disciple were all attracted to it. The fire-colored light came from the corpse of the Fire Dragon King. Between the flashes, the world below was like day and night. Stinky boy, you are really lucky. Even the knowledgeable Yao Lao had to admire the beauty of nature. Master, this is beast fire, right? After a certain amount of experience, he is no longer the young boy who knows nothing. What else could this flashing light be, if not beast fire? This can't be described as an ordinary beast fire. Although it is not as good as the 10,000 beast spirit fire, which ranks 22nd on the list of strange fires in my world, it can be ranked at the forefront of beast fires compared to before. If you can devour this ball of beast fire, the burning technique will definitely be promoted to the Xuan level. This is just the improvement brought by a ball of beast fire. Don't forget that this is the yin yang eye of ice and fire. If he is right, there must be another ball of ice and fire waiting for Yang Fan in another space. Xuan level. Yang Fan's throat moved. These two words were too shocking to him. Although he has never told Yao Lao about the bitterness of his Huang level skills, it does not mean that he has no desire to improve his skills. It can be said that he dreams that his burning technique has become a heaven level skills. Master, what should I pay attention to when devouring this level of fire? This is the Fire Dragon King. Although Yao Lao said that the Fire Dragon King's beast fire is far inferior to the strange fire, it is definitely the strongest fire he has ever seen besides the strange fire. This can be seen from the yin yang eye of ice and fire outside. Pay attention to a good death posture. Yang Fan's enthusiasm that had just ignited was instantly extinguished by Yao Lao's cold water. Even the unbearable hot environment around him could not warm his cold heart. Master, can't I absorb this flame? Please. This is just beast fire. If he gets lucky and encounters strange fire one day, can he just watch helplessly? Yao Lao smiled and said, take it. With his palm spread out, a cherry-sized ice-white pill appeared in Yao Lao's hand. When the pill appeared, Yang Fan felt a hint of cold air drilling into his brainstem. His spirit trembled. This is the 5th grade snow lotus pill I made from the ice attributed herbs and the 3 kinds of ice fire yin yang eyes. It can help you complete the swallowing of this harvest. Yao Lao said that he would only take away 1,000-year-old dragon bone flower from the ice fire yin yang eyes, but he didn't say that he would only use one. It's not too much to deduct some of the medicinal materials when helping others refine pills. In the Douluo Continent, he did this. Alchemists on Douluo Continent often do the same thing. Thank you, Master. Yang Fan's mouth was almost grinning to his ears. This old man, that's what he said. Yao Lao can handle the strange fire, so how can he not do anything about a small beast fire? Stinky boy, don't just stand there. Time is running out for us, the master and the disciple. 12 hours have passed since Yang Fan jumped into the yin yang eye of ice and fire. Even though there are still 60 hours for them to squander, no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents when swallowing the beast fire. Hiss. Yang Fan took a long breath. If you want to absorb the beast fire, you must first operate the burning art, and you can only rely on your own strength to operate the burning art. That is to say, he has to log out of Yao Lao's account 5 kilometers below the yin yang eye of ice and fire. To prevent his body from being turned into ashes by the beast fire in an instant, Yang Fan first swallowed the 5th grade elixir snow lotus pill refined by Yao Lao. The pill entered his throat and the cold ice attribute breath instantly spread throughout his body through his 7 tendons and 8 meridians. Yang Fan felt that his internal organs were already covered with a layer of ice. Fortunately, he was protected by the Jinayanganadama lucidum, otherwise his internal organs might have died suddenly due to the erosion of the cold poison. After doing all this, Yang Fan walked straight into the corpse of the giant dragon. It's called dragon bones. But when Yang Fan really stepped into this area, the huge upright corpse made him feel like he was walking in a forest of buildings. Only when he got closer did Yang Fan really feel the top beast fire from the Fire Dragon King. Because of the huge body of the Fire Dragon King, the diameter of this beast fire also reached a terrifying 10 meters. Don't be afraid. All you have to devour is the origin fire inside. Yao Lao's words calmed Yang Fan's fluctuating emotions instantly. The same is true for the flame of the explosion that was absorbed before. Although it looks like it is full of flames, the real origin fire is only the size of a glutinous rice ball. Yang Fan looked at the blazing flames in front of him. At this moment, he had already given this beast fire a name in his heart. It's called Fire Dragon Flame. Yang Fan took a deep breath. His body was empty, and the powerful force that did not belong to him was drained away in an instant. In an instant, Yang Fan felt the violent fire attributes surrounding him, constantly impacting his body. The fighting spirit in his body began to surge and churn uncontrollably in an instant. In just 1 second, he felt that he could not bear the violent breath under the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. Fortunately, there was the 5th grade elixir snow lotus pill refined by Yao Lao, otherwise he would probably have been burned to ashes. Chapter 104 I'm a Soul King. Only a few feet away from the Fire Dragon Flame, he finally saw what the Fire Dragon King's origin fire looked like 5,000 meters below the ground, and also saw the biggest contributor to the formation of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Fire Dragon Flame. Just as Yao Lao said. Although the Fire Dragon Flame's appearance looked more than 10 meters in diameter, the real origin core was actually not that big. Well, it was about the size of his fist. Standing here at this time, Yang Fan felt an unprecedented explosion. Fortunately, he was protected by the Snow Lotus Pill and Ganoderma Lucidum, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Even so, his clothes turned to ashes the moment he logged out of Yao Lao's account. Within a few feet, be honest with each other. It seemed that only he and Fire Dragon Flame were face to face in this world. Yang Fan knew that, if he wanted to devour this top beast fire, he could only rely on himself. Let's start now. Remember, you only need to devour the origin fire, and never destroy the surrounding flames. Even if the origin fire is gone, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire above can continue to exist for at least 10,000 years. But if the environment here is destroyed, the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire above will no longer exist. Yang Fan nodded heavily. He understood Yao Lao. Yao Lao would never do anything to uproot it, unless he had no choice. The next second, Yang Fan cleared out the messy thoughts in his mind, and his eyes gradually became firm when he looked at the Fire Dragon Flame in front of him. He took a deep breath, and then made up his mind. He grabbed the Fire Dragon Flame, and stuffed it into his mouth at almost lightning speed. Although the Fire Dragon Flame looked like a spherical in a pill, it looked like a viscous liquid when he really took it in his hand. Although it was as big as his fist, it flowed into his body when he opened his mouth wide. The speed was fast enough. Yang Fan didn't feel anything at the first time, just like eating a raw egg without any taste. But when the fire dragon flame successfully entered his body through his throat, Yang Fan felt that his body was about to catch fire because of the effect of the snow lotus pill. Before taking the fire dragon flame, he felt cold inside and hot outside. But now he felt that there were two flames working together inside and outside, constantly destroying his thin body. In an instant, Yang Fan had the idea of giving up, but he knew that swallowing the beast fire was a matter of no return. Either he died, or the beast fire was swallowed. Concentrate your mind. Start to practice the burning technique now. Use your skills to refine the beast fire in your body. You don't need to pay attention to the environment outside. Yao Lao's voice was so penetrating that he calmed down almost instantly. Yang Fan sat cross-legged on the ground. He resisted the continuous erosion of the fire dragon flame and started the first operation of the burning technique. The process of swallowing the beast fire is actually very simple. Use the continuous operation of Dao Qi to wrap and refine it, and finally become the practitioner's own power. The function of the burning technique is to allow the practitioner to have multiple beast fires or strange fires in his body. This is the unique charm of the burning technique. As time went by, the speed of the fighting spirit in Yang Fan's body became faster and faster. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Fan began to feel that the fire dragon flame in his body was no longer as violent as it was at the beginning, and the external environment did not seem to be as explosive as before. Yang Fan was overjoyed. Experience told him that the process of swallowing the fire dragon flame was on the right track. As long as there were no accidents, this group of top beast fire 5,000 meters below the yin yang eye of ice and fire would soon become a part of his body. The excitement in his heart aroused the fighting spirit in Yang Fan's body. Hold your breath and concentrate. Yang Fan was more focused on controlling the fighting spirit than before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Fan could no longer feel the riot of the fire dragon flame in his body, and then he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It finally worked. At this time, Yang Fan could be very sure that the fire dragon flame had been successfully swallowed by him. He slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant he felt as if magma was gushing out of his eyes. As far as he could see, it was all fire. When his eyes slowly settled down, he could see the surrounding scene clearly. The fiery red environment was filled with a coolness that belonged to the bone spirit cold fire. At this time, Yao Lao was hanging behind him. Yang Fan understood. The coolness he felt before was not a sign of success in swallowing the fire dragon flame, but Yao Lao's protection from beginning to end. Stinky boy, congratulations to you. You have obtained your third beast fire. When Yao Lao congratulated Yang Fan, didn't he also see the hope of reshaping his body? Although it is still unknown whether there is any strange fire in Douluo Continent, he can now say with certainty that Yang Fan's growth rate and cultivation direction have exceeded his expectations. Maybe one day he will really be able to see the emergence of the heaven level exercises. Fortunately, there is Master. Looking at Yao Lao, who was obviously tired, Yang Fan didn't know what to say at this time. He could only say, if there was no Yao Lao, there would be no Yang Fan today. Master, how long did it take me to swallow the flame? Yao Lao pondered for a moment. At least 2 days and 2 nights. 2 days and 2 nights? Doesn't that mean that the Lingxi original liquid in my body is about to expire? Yang Fan trembled in his heart. If he had to die here after successfully absorbing the fire dragon flame, it would be too damn unfair. Silly boy. You have already successfully swallowed the fire dragon king's origin fire. Are you afraid of the surrounding environment now? Yang Fan thought about it and realized that he was the emperor of this world. Yang Fan glanced at the 1,000-meter body of the fire dragon king. Although the body was still flashing with firelight, it was obviously no longer as bright as before after losing the origin fire. After calming down, Yang Fan finally remembered to check the changes brought about by swallowing the top beast fire. The speed of the fighting spirit was obviously accelerated. At the same time, the fighting spirit ball in his body was also larger than before and became stronger. Xuan level skills? A voice in Yang Fan's heart told him, burning art has been successfully promoted to a low level Xuan level skill. Although it is still low level, but the promotion from Huang level to Xuan level is a qualitative leap. Not only that, when Yang Fan felt the soul power in his body, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Sulking. He had successfully touched the barrier of sulking. The successful swallowing of fire dragon flame allowed his soul power to advance to a higher level. You know, he had just been promoted to Soul Master not long ago. Yang Fan smiled. This feeling of sudden increase in strength was simply too wonderful for him. Master, I'm a Soul King. I can see it. My burning art has also become a mysterious level. As expected, Yao Lao appeared calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart had already begun to surge. Compared with Yang Fan's promotion to Soul King, what made him more excited was the promotion of burning art. Putting aside the characteristic of burning art that can be promoted, the fact that it can allow practitioners to have multiple flames in their bodies is far beyond the comparison of other techniques. Chapter 105. I was a titled Douluo, but became a watchdog. Gurgle gurgle, here it comes. Douluo saw huge bubbles starting to rise from the yin yang eye of ice and fire, and his expression was full of surprise. Even a titled Douluo like him could not survive for more than an hour in the pool of yin yang eye of ice and fire. He was really curious about how the master and apprentice survived under the yin yang eye of ice and fire for 3 days and 3 nights. Not simple. Too simple. Douluo was an extremely arrogant person, but at this moment, he had a little respect for Yao Lao in his heart. Shocked, Douluo shot out a soul power from his palm and stretched it into the water of yin yang eye of ice and fire to pull Yang Fan, who was floating up. Although he was no longer afraid of the environment below after successfully swallowing the fire dragon flame, when Yang Fan breathed in the cool breeze, all the pores on his body seemed to open. He felt refreshed all over. What bad things did you two, old and young, do down there? 3 days and 3 nights. If it weren't for the constant changes on the surface of the yin yang eye of ice and fire, Douluo would have thought that the master and apprentice were dead. Fortunately, Douluo breathed a sigh of relief that the master and disciple were able to return safely. Yao Lao's safe return meant that his granddaughter had been saved. Nothing. I just went down to take a look. I really don't know what Douluo's expression would be if he knew that the origin fire under the yin yang eyes of ice and fire was taken away by him. But think about it, even if the yin yang eyes of ice and fire lost the origin fire, they can continue to exist for tens of thousands of years. Is this not enough for Douluo to protect? This adventure was very fruitful for Yang Fan. First of all, the top beast fire dragon flame. Secondly, he also obtained a fire dragon in a pill that is better than 100,000 year soul bone. The only regret is that he did not bring the dragon bones of the fire dragon king out from 5,000 meters underground. Otherwise these dragon bones might be ground into powder and they would be treasures that would be of great benefit to soul masters. I keep my promise. I have done the help you asked me to do, and please fulfill your promise. Douluo was naturally talking about the detoxification pill he would get 6 months later. Of course. More importantly, Yao Lao was asked to detoxify his granddaughter Yan Yan. Don't worry. I, Yao Chen, never break my promise. But before that, you have to do me a small favor. Yao Chen's eyes could not help but look at the ice blue color on the other side of the yin yang eyes of ice and fire. The Fire Dragon King's treasures were patronized by them, and there was also the Water Dragon King. You still want to go down? If you mess up my medicine garden, I will definitely not spare you. Douluo instantly understood Yao Lao's intention. Although his tone was tough, his words implied that he had agreed. Guarded well. The Fire Dragon King and the Water Dragon King were equally powerful, but they were two completely different beings in terms of attributes. So when the bodies of the 2 Dragon Kings sank into the sunset forest, the current yin yang eyes of ice and fire were formed. It was also because of the 2 extreme attributes that Yang Fan, after swallowing the fire dragon flame, had a significant resistance to the extremely cold environment below. Even without the Gynoderma lucidum, his internal organs would not be hurt at all. Plop. Douluo looked at Yang Fan who jumped into the pool again, and he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. His damn titled Douluo. Now he has become a watchdog? Underwater. Because of the yin-yang glasses of ice and fire, Yang Fan's dive this time seemed easy. The only difference was that the previous scorching heat turned into a bone-piercing cold. Master. The water under the body of the Water Dragon King should be the source of water, right? Can I swallow it? Yang Fan was confused about this. The greatest charm of the burning art is that it allows practitioners to swallow many kinds of flames, but it is limited to flames. Your worry is not without reason. If the water below this time is the water of origin, then you really can't use the burning technique to complete the swallowing. But master thinks it is very likely not. Yang Fan's cold and ferocious expression showed a trace of surprise and excitement. No? You see that the pool of water in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire is fire water and ice water, but the flames of different attributes are rising around the two extreme environments. So from this point of view, the bottom is very likely to be the top ice attribute beast fire. Only in this way can the current yin-yang eye of ice and fire be formed most likely. Yang Fan suddenly got excited. Yao Lao said it in an orderly manner, even if you don't believe it. If it is really like what Yao Lao said, then the Water Dragon King should be called the Ice Dragon King. After all, it is the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Yang Fan finally understood why Yao Lao said that after he successfully absorbed it, the burning technique would most likely be promoted to the intermediate level of the Zuan level. After thinking about this, Yang Fan's diving speed increased accordingly. Ice Dragon Flame, here I come. 3 days and 3 nights. When Yang Fan crawled out of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire again, he already had 2 top-level beast fires in his body. Yao Lao was right. There were 2 different types of flames in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. The Ice Dragon King had the original fire of ice in his body. Just as Yao Lao predicted, the successful swallowing of 2 different types of top-level beast fires had already changed his burning art from the advanced yellow rank to the intermediate mysterious rank. What a qualitative leap. Not only that, after successfully swallowing the Ice Dragon Flame and the Fire Dragon Flame, he had now become an 8-star Daoshi. As for the soul power level, we can only know it after he obtains the 5th soul ring. This kid Douluo's eyebrows jumped violently. As a titled Douluo, he certainly saw the change in Yang Fan's strength before and after. He was puzzled. What on earth could make this kid's strength soar in just a few days? He wanted to go down and take a look, but he didn't dare. He wanted to ask, but the arrogance of the titled Douluo made it difficult for him to speak. HMPH. Can you fulfill your promise now? 6 days have allowed Douluo to personally experience the effects of the elixir. Now more than half of the green phosphorus snake king poison in his bone marrow has been drawn out. What the old man Yao Chen said is absolutely right. The next elixir will definitely be able to draw out all the green phosphorus snake king poison in his bone marrow, but he doesn't understand why this old man waited half a year to give it to him. No problem. Take your granddaughter to find me at the Blazing Fire Academy outside Xiandao City. Yang Fan's next stop is Blazing Fire Academy. No matter what, this fire attribute academy that has existed for hundreds of years still has its own heritage. Blazing Fire Academy. Douluo first questioned and then understood. Although Yang Fan is a soul master of the soul breaking spear, he has an explosive fire attribute. Chapter 106. 4th rank alchemist. The Continental Soul Master Academy Elite competition is in full swing. In the past, the situation in the Xiandao division was already clear before the competition. In addition to the Xiandao Royal Academy as the division's recommended team, the other 5 qualifying places are often taken by the 5 major elemental academies. For this reason, all soul masters from the 5 major elemental academies will basically have family or sect invitations after graduation. As for students from other academies, except for a few who are excellent or have their own families, many can only accept their fate and look forward to encountering opportunities or noble people on the road of future cultivation. Of course, this year, the situation in the Xiandao division was hit hard by the disappearance of Hu Yansen, which caused the entire Xiangjia Academy to fall. Xiangjia Academy withdrew from the competition. As soon as this news came out, the entire Xiandao division had ideas about entering the knockout stage. Outskirts of Xiandao. Because of the Soul Master Academy Elite competition, the Blazing Fire Academy at this time seemed particularly deserted. At a glance, there were only a few scattered figures in the academy. I don't know if it was because of old Master Huo or Huo Wu's face. His admission procedures were smoother than the rare ones. Food, clothing, housing, transportation, everything is taken care of. Blazing Fire Academy is very big. The entire academy covers an area of 12 square kilometers, of which 8 square meters are used to build a simulated training environment of fire attribute. Just this point has made Yang Fan feel that he has come to the right place. Not only that, when Old Master Huo learned that he had successfully enrolled, he generously prepared a special room for him in the academy. A room with no entrance or exit except the door. And this room specially prepared for him has only one function: to make pills. What do you think of this place? Thinking back to when he insisted on making pills, he was obstructed by the elders of the family in every way. Now he has become a master. Who dares to say no? Thank you, Grandpa Huo. Yang Fan understood. Old Master Huo treated him as his younger self and wanted to see his unfulfilled dreams in him. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements with the academy. No one here will hinder your pursuit and yearning for elixirs. This room is made of special materials. Any elixir explosion will not be able to destroy it. So if anything unexpected happens, you just need to protect yourself. Yang Fan looked at Old Master Huo's confident expression and didn't feel like refuting. Well, this special room can indeed resist the explosion of elixirs below the 5th grade. However, above the 5th grade, this room will have a special effect, making the explosion more intense. As for the elixir thunder above the 7th grade, it goes without saying. If one really falls, it is estimated that a large number of people in the Blazing Fire Academy will die. That night, Yang Fan had already used the alchemy room carefully prepared by Old Master Huo. Master, I'm ready to start. A special room, a table dedicated to refining medicine. In front of Yang Fan were 3 kinds of medicinal materials. 10 pieces of dragon ZHI leaves for strengthening the body, or 1000-year-old dragon bone flower, and a defensive head soul bone. Yang Fan was preparing to refine the dragon bone pill, a 4th grade elixir that improves the physical strength of practitioners. He originally thought that Yao Lao would refine it after collecting the medicinal materials. But he was wrong. Yao Lao once again handed the task of refining this precious elixir to him. Because he had experience in refining elixirs with soul bones before, he was not as nervous as before. Let's get started. Yao Lao hung his hands in the air, his expression showing a relaxed look. Don't say it. This special alchemy room that Master Huo prepared for Yang Fan still has a certain effect. Because of the special material of the room, he no longer needs to control the fighting spirit to form a closed space to affect the overflow of the elixir. Master, is there anything I need to pay attention to when refining the dragon bone pill? Although he was not as nervous as the first time he used soul bones to refine the elixir, it was impossible to say that there was no ripple in his heart. I don't know, because I have never refined this kind of elixir. Yao Lao also accidentally got this 4th grade dragon bone pill recipe when he was refining elixirs for others. At that time, he was already the famous first alchemist in Zhongzhou. At that time, he even threw such a pill recipe into his ring. He himself did not expect that one day he would take out this thing that was gathering dust. Okay. Yang Fan knew that it was useless to ask more questions. Even if Yao Lao knew how to increase the probability of success in refining the dragon bone pill, he would not tell him. Yang Fan took a deep breath and started refining. Yang Fan naturally used the alchemy furnace that Old Master Huo had given him before. Although it was far inferior to Yao Lao's Black Demon Cauldron, it was also the best alchemy furnace he could currently access. The fire was lit and preheated in one go. This was Yang Fan's first time to come into contact with a 4th grade pill, and he was under great pressure to start with a soul bone. Yao Lao was actually going to personally refine the 4th grade dragon bone pill, but everything changed when he swallowed 2 top-level beast fires in the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. His soul power has been qualitatively improved, and now he is qualified to refine a 4th grade pill. From day to night, from night to day, his attention was all focused on the alchemy furnace. Yang Fan didn't know how long it had been until a trace of Dan Qi leaked out of the medicine furnace. The process of condensing the 4th grade elixir is more complicated. Don't be discouraged before the elixir is formed. Yao Lao finally took action. There is a huge gap between each grade of elixir. For example, when the elixir reaches the 8th grade, it will have a spiritual IQ, and it will escape if you are not careful. Yang Fan took a deep breath. Yao Lao's reminder made him instantly alert. Sweat began to appear on his forehead. I don't know how long it has been when the rich tan qi spread in the medicine furnace. Yang Fan knew that the final condensation process had been completed. He slowly opened the furnace, and a special smell came to his nose in an instant. Yang Fan only felt that the bones of his whole body had been opened by this special breath. Just the Dan Qi made him feel that his body had slightly improved. Not bad. Now you are already a qualified 4th grade alchemist. Yao Lao's expression once again revealed a smile. Yang Fan's talent and progress are visible to the naked eye. He dared to say that if the conditions were right in Douluo Continent, this kid would definitely be able to become the top alchemy master. Yang Fan stared at the 4th grade dragon bone pill in his hand. This was a very pure dark blue pill, and even if it was placed under a flame, one could not see through the depth inside. Yang Fan put away the dragon bone pill and confidently stepped out of the alchemy room. The sun was shining. It was noon at this time. He didn't know which day it was. As soon as he walked out, Yang Fan saw a group of students from Blazing Fire Academy gathered together. Curious, he immediately followed them. The guest official from the Heaven Dao Empire is here. Who? Poison Douluo. When the students of Blazing Fire Academy mentioned Douluo, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their spines. It was said in Douluo Continent that Douluo's temper was unpredictable, and his whole body was full of snake venom. Almost no one was willing to deal with such a weird person. What is he doing in our Blazing Academy? Who knows? I heard that our dean has already gone to the academy gate to welcome him personally. The reason why the students of Blazing Academy gathered together to speculate is because of the lofty status of title Douluo in Douluo Continent. Not to mention the dean of Blazing Academy, even the sole Douluo level old master Huo is not worth a titled Douluo's personal trip. Chapter 107 Yang Fan becomes famous and the academy is shocked. Douluo is here? Perhaps others don't know why Douluo came to Blazing Academy. Yang Fan knows it all too well. This old guy is really impatient. But think about it. His granddaughter has been tortured by snake venom. No grandfather can remain calm. As soon as Yang Fan figured out what was going on, he joined the crowd heading to the academy gate. Although the Soul Master community's evaluation of Douluo is cold, it can't dispel the Soul Master's enthusiasm to witness the titled Douluo. Outside the academy gate, an old man in his 80s is standing outside the courtyard with a girl about 15 years old. The girl is Douluo Yan, about 1.65 meters tall, with green hair and green eyes. Her body has matured. The arrogance of a Soul Master can be seen faintly on her face. Grandpa, why are we here? Douluo Yan has a very bad impression of Blazing Academy. The reason is also very simple. The open and secret struggles between the several old and powerful teams in the Xiandao division have been going on for a long time. And this kind of struggle is often pushed to a climax in the 5-year Soul Master Elite competition. Of course, Douluo Yan hated Huo for another deeper reason. Flames have a certain restraining effect on the venom of the green phosphorus snake, so she hated all the Soul Masters who played with fire. Grandpa has already told you. We came here to find an old man to treat your snake venom. Douluo Yan showed disdain on her face. Even Grandpa can't do it. Who else can treat the venom of the green phosphorus snake in our bodies? In Douluo Yan's eyes, the grandfather who protected her was an invincible existence. Although Douluo didn't want to admit it, he had to say that there were really people in this world who knew more about the venom of the green phosphorus snake than him. We can just go in and be done. Why do we need to wait here? Yang Iron, don't make trouble. There was a little reproach in Douluo's doting eyes. Although the outside world's evaluation of him was uncertain, he did things according to his own preferences. But this did not mean that he, Douluo, did not know the rules. This time they had something to ask of others. Not long after, the Dean of Huo Academy came in a hurry, and behind him were 3 teaching directors. In addition, even the most powerful person in the family, Old Master Huo, came in person. The cards are full. The Blazing Academy is also afraid. Until now, no one knows why Douluo came to the Blazing Academy. This old guy could poison a large group of students with just a fart. Your Majesty, the poisoned Douluo. I wonder what you have to say to us in Blazing. Old Master Huo took 2 steps at a time to greet him, while Huo Bao and the 3 teaching directors behind him stood 10 meters away waiting. I'm looking for Yang Fan. In fact, what he really wanted to find was Yao Chen, but the old guy said that he didn't exist. Douluo Bo also understood. A wisp of soul itself does not belong to this world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would not believe that there would be such an incredible thing in this world. Yang Fan. Old Master Huo was stunned for a moment. Any soul master with a little strength knows that Douluo Bo has only one granddaughter, Douluo Yan, in Douluo Continent. Old Master Huo took a look with gritted teeth. It shouldn't be that Yang Fan did something worse than an animal to Douluo Yan. This is even more incredible. He couldn't figure out what kind of love and hatred there was between Yang Fan and the Douluo family. Yang Fan. Who is Yang Fan? I don't know him. There's no such person in our class. In an instant, the name Yang Fan became well known in Blazing Academy. Your Majesty, Yang Fan is not here now. If you have anything, I can pass it on for you. Before he was sure of Douluo Bo's purpose, Old Master Huo didn't dare to hand him over easily. What a coincidence. Just after Old Master Huo finished speaking, Yang Fan followed the wave of title Douluo and arrived. A green light flashed. Douluo Bo had arrived in front of Yang Fan in the blink of an eye, leaving Old Master Huo, who was respectful at the school gate, alone and embarrassed. Boy, you promised me. Douluo Bo spoke quickly. He had done what he should do, and now it was time for Yao Chen to fulfill his promise. Senior Douluo, I will never forget what I promised you. Please discuss it with our dean, and we can come in and talk. Discuss? Douluo Bo's eyes have determined the result of the discussion. Douluo Bo is waiting outside the academy now, which is a face for Blazing Fire Academy. Do these guys dare to stop him? The dean wanted to entertain Poison Douluo, but was decisively rejected. Douluo Bo is only interested in Yang Fan now. Is he a student of our academy? He just enrolled a few days ago. But what is his relationship with Poison Douluo, and why did Poison Douluo find him? The dean was confused, and the director of teaching was puzzled. Only the old man Huo smiled knowingly, and seemed to have guessed in his heart. That's right. This is the ultimate dream of his life. The correct way to open an excellent alchemist. Yang Fan. Who is it? I heard the director of teaching say that he is a new student in our academy. Should I say it or not? The appearance of Douluo Bo made Yang Fan, who had just arrived for a few days and had not experienced the life of an ivory tower, become a celebrity in an instant. The accommodation conditions of Blazing Fire Academy are very good. The entire academy has built 10 dormitory buildings, and only 2 students live in each 100 square meter room. This is to provide the students with the best training and living space. Where's my roommate? Yang Fan was stunned the moment he opened the door. His roommate, who had only met him twice, was gone. The quilt, luggage, and daily necessities all disappeared, leaving only sporadic traces of life here. Yang Fan said he was very angry. Didn't this kid get the news that Douluo Bo was coming a few minutes ago and then ran away? Just you? Douluo Bo's words were of course not referring to his roommate who suddenly disappeared, but Yao Lao. If he hadn't promised Yao Chen that he would not tell others about his existence at any time, he wouldn't have claimed to come to Yang Fan just now. Yes, just me. After saying this, Douluo Bo's face was no longer as good looking as before. He admitted that his research on the green phosphorus snake venom was not as good as Yao Chen's, but it didn't mean that he was a fool. There is a saying called prescribing the right medicine for the right disease. If Yao Chen didn't check his granddaughter's condition, how could he decide what kind of elixir to refine? He looked at Yang Fan's current state, and it seemed that the old man Yao Chen had no intention of showing up. Douluo Bo released his spiritual power, trying to force Yao Chen out with his own strength. Chapter 108 Don't mess with my granddaughter's body. You. The most ridiculous thing in the world. Douluo Bo felt like he had heard a joke that was not very funny. What's wrong with me? Your granddaughter's snake venom is not serious. I can definitely help her get rid of the disease. That's right. Yao Lao gave him the glorious task of curing Douluo. Let him cure Douluo Yan well. If Douluo Yan couldn't stand it anymore, Yao Lao would naturally take action. Nonsense. Let that old guy come out. Du Gubo's emotions were already difficult to control. If it weren't for that damn promise, he would have shouted Yao Lao's name now. Senior Debu. Although my master asked me to detoxify your granddaughter, he didn't say that he would just leave it alone. It's just that it's not convenient for him to show up in the academy. As for the detoxification process of your granddaughter, he will definitely do it himself. Let Miss Yanan stay with me for a few days. I promise to give you a radiant granddaughter in a few days. Gu Duan, who had been silent and disdainful, finally couldn't bear it anymore. Hey, what are you talking about, kid? Not to mention Gu Duan. Du Gubo's face suddenly turned gloomy. He looked at the bed next to him, which was not small. A 15 or 16-year-old girl lives with a silly boy like this? I mean to let her live in Chihuahua Academy temporarily, and she can go back after the detoxification is completed. Yang Fan swallowed and nodded. That's what he meant. It was not easy for him to get a room for Du Guyan in Chihuahua Academy, but it must be easy for Du Gubo. Du Gubo thought again and again, if you let my granddaughter lose a hair, I will never forgive you. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Gubo still chose to trust. He did not believe Yang Fan, but believed in Yao Lao, who did not show up. Grandpa, you let me stay here with this kid. Gu Duan was a little bit unbelievable. Grandpa said that he would bring her to remove the snake venom in her body that troubled their green phosphorus snake soul master. Just this kid. Yang Lion, listen. Du Gubo also didn't trust Yang Fan, but he had personally experienced Yao Chen's detoxification of snake venom. To put it another way, Yao Chen was the only one on Douluo Continent who could help him and his granddaughter detoxify. They had no choice. Grandpa. Although Du Gubo doted on his only granddaughter, he would not give in as a grandfather when it came to matters of life and death. If you say to stay, you must stay. Boy, how are you going to treat my granddaughter? Du Gubo didn't intend to leave his granddaughter alone. Even if Yao Chen was the first to do it, he had to see the detoxification effect with his own eyes. What's more, it was Yang Fan who changed his mind this time. Release the martial spirit. Let me see how serious a snake venom is. Yao Lao had already told him what medicinal materials to use before, and the only thing he didn't say was the refining method and the dosage. However, Yang Fan thought it was simpler. First, use a small amount of medicine to test the snake venom in Du Guyan's body and judge the extent of the snake venom's invasion of the body by the reaction of Du Guyan after taking the medicine for the first time. TSK, Gu Duan glanced at Yang Fan, obviously not taking this guy who was 5 or 6 years younger than her seriously. Dare to order her? Yang Lion, release your spirit. Du Guyan could disobey Yang Fan, but she couldn't disobey Gu Dibo. Under Du Gubo's stern eyes, Du Guyan could only do as she was told. Release your spirit. Gu Duan's big eyes were instantly covered with a special green light. Not only that, some strange green lines also appeared on her arms exposed to the outside. 3 standard spirit rings surrounded her body, and while the spirit rings moved up and down, there was obvious snake venom around her body. It's not without reason that the outside spirit master said that Du Gubo was difficult to deal with. If one day Du Guan could really become a titled Douluo, no one would dare to touch such a poisonous woman. Have you seen enough? Du Guan's sharp words made Yang Fan withdraw his mind and turn his gaze to Du Gubo on the side. He directly treated Du Guan, a woman who was not easy to get along with, as heir. Her snake venom is not serious. It only takes a month to completely solve the problem of being troubled by snake venom. Yang Fan thought it could be solved in 3 days. But Yao Lao also said that he wanted Du Gubo to feel that he owed them a great favor. Du Gubo did not think much about Yang Fan's statement. Snake venom has troubled him for decades, and he knows it too well. If you want to eliminate all the snake venom at once, the damage to your body will be irreversible. This is how he is. So he thinks his granddaughter is the same. Boy, don't lie to me. Although this is the case, Du Gubo still feels it is necessary to shock Yang Fan. He can't let this kid mess around with his granddaughter's body. Don't worry, Senior Debu. You are the most proficient in playing with poison in the entire Douluo Continent. If there is anything wrong with me, you will definitely be able to see it at the first time. These words made Du Gubo's old face blush slightly. If it was before he met Yao Chen, he would have accepted this flattering words with a smile. I'll come again tomorrow. Du Gubo knew the bad tempers of people who refine medicine, not to mention others. Even when he was dealing with medicinal materials, he was afraid of having other people present. Du Gubo took Du Guyan away. Of course, the grandfather and grandson were not really leaving, but they wanted the Dean of Chihuo to arrange a place for them to live here. Grandpa, do you really believe in such a little ghost? Unbelievable. What happened to her grandfather? Du Guyan felt that her grandfather was like a different person. In the past, even the words of Emperor Zhu Yi could be regarded as a fart, but now he obeyed the words of a little kid. Yang Yan, don't look at him as a child. This kid is not simple. Although Du Gubo and Yang Fan had only met a few times, Yang Fan was far superior to Du Guyan in both strength and experience. I didn't expect that the Puyi clan, which was almost exterminated a few years ago, would have such an outstanding kid. It's no wonder that the old guy Yao Chen had to make 3 rules with him to keep this secret. Once Yang Fan's identity and strength were known to the spirit hall, he could already imagine what this kid would face in the future. I don't think so. From the beginning to the end, Du Guyan didn't find Yang Fan as amazing as her grandfather said. Her impression has never changed. He is just a little brat. Let's go. Go with grandpa to find the dean. Du Gubo didn't intend to let his granddaughter understand anything. Everyone's cultivation journey is different, and few people can understand Yang Fan's situation. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Secret of Blazing Academy. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it has been the 7th day since Yang Fan came to Blazing Academy. These days, Yang Fan has been removing the snake venom from Du Guyan's body. Things are going very smoothly, especially after Du Gubo left. Yang Fan let go of his hands and feet. It seems that he has not practiced these days, but in the words of Yao Lao, isn't this a kind of practice? In the process of treating the snake venom for Du Guyan, his medicine refining level and soul power are improving imperceptibly. Come, it's time to drink the medicine. Yang Fan did not refine pills for Du Guyan, but liquid. Why should I listen to you? Since Du Gubo left, it seems that no one in the world can punish this woman. Don't drink it. Then your grandfather will kneel down and beg me to prepare a bowl for you. Yang Fan said that the snake venom was not in his body and he would definitely not be in a hurry. Just as he was about to leave, Du Guyan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, suddenly called him. Why is today's medicine different from yesterday's? That means the snake venom in your body is changing. Seeing Du Guyan drink the medicine in one gulp, Yang Fan's calm heart couldn't help but fluctuate. He said it. White flower grass can completely replace purple orchid, and even if it is not refined into a pill, it has an immediate effect on the green phosphorus snake venom. It's just that the effect is a little worse. Yang Fan was walking in the academy, thinking about what kind of herbs to use for Du Guyan tomorrow, and happened to meet Huo Wu and his group returning from outside. According to the time, this group has been in the Xingdao Great Forest for more than half a month. Yang Fan counted them. Not one less. Yang Fan. There is really a very powerful soul beast in the Xingdao Great Forest. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but sneered in his heart. Is Dad lying to you? You know the Titan giant ape? It's the king of the forest in the Xingdao Great Forest. The powerful soul beast you are talking about, is it? All regular academies on Douluo Continent will have a class called Soul Beast. The main purpose is to popularize the knowledge of the soul beasts in the soul beast forest to the soul masters who have received formal education. Among them is the record of the Titan giant ape. Before this, Huo Wu always thought that the Titan giant ape was just a legend. Until she went to the Xingdao Great Forest. This time it's a mess. Before we came, the entire outer area of the Xingdao Great Forest was in chaos. Many soul masters who think they are powerful have entered the soul beast forest in groups after learning that a 100,000-year-old soul beast has appeared. Few have returned. According to those who have returned, there are many soul rings floating in the forest. In fact, Yang Fan also heard some rumors about this matter on the way to Xiandao City a few days ago. I just didn't expect it to be so fierce. Looking at the expressions of Huo Wu and Huo Washang, the Blazing Fire Academy returned empty-handed this time. If he guessed correctly, these guys didn't dare to enter the Xingdao Great Forest. How is it now? Yang Fan is still quite concerned about the current situation of the Titan Giant Ape. After all, this determines when he can enter the Xingdao Great Forest again. He is already a Soul King. I believe that he can get his 5th soul ring in the near future. It is said that the Titan Ape has now returned to the depths of the Stardao Great Forest. Whether it is true or not, I don't know. Yang Fan felt that the news was most likely reliable. If the Titan Ape continued to make trouble outside the Soul Beast Forest for a few days, it is estimated that the Spirit Hall will join forces to obtain the Soul Ring. Suddenly, Huo Wu's eyes changed, and she looked at Yang Fan with a smile. You finally came to our Blazing Academy. Huo Wu has always hoped that Yang Fan could join Blazing Academy and participate in the next Soul Master Elite competition with them. Of course, it is also because Blazing Academy is really suitable for Yang Fan. Let's go. I'll take you around Blazing Academy. Yang Fan said, sister, I've been here for several days. He was not idle in his spare time when he was detoxifying Du Guyan at Blazing Academy. He has been to most places in Blazing Academy, especially the simulated training environment of Blazing Academy, which is tailor-made for fire attribute soul masters. Let's go. There are many places you have never been to. That's right. The girls' dormitory building is something he has never touched. Of course, Huo Wu would definitely not do something like inviting a wolf into the house. The place Huo Wu brought him to was still the simulated training environment in the back mountain of Chihuo Academy, but he had not discovered it when he came last time. What appeared in front of Yang Fan was an ancient hexagonal attic building. The attic has 7 floors. The overall height is about 50 meters, and it is surrounded by towering trees. It is no wonder that he did not find this building when he entered the simulated training environment of Chihuo Academy last time. This is the most mysterious place in our academy. Chihuo Tower. Does it look unimpressive from the outside? Wait until you go in, and you will know why I brought you to this place. No. Yang Fan did not agree with Huo Wu's statement. He was just standing outside, and his soul power seemed to have touched the mystery inside. Although it is hard to describe this feeling, there must be a reason for him to appear here. Come on, I'll take you in to see. Yang Fan thought Huo Wu was so awesome, but when he was still 50 meters away from the Chihuo Tower, he was stopped by a thin and skinny weird old man. Third Grandpa. Just let me in. I just wanted to let the new students in to have a look. From Huo Wu's attitude and address, it is not difficult to see that this is a grandfather of Huo Wu. However, no matter what Huo Wu said, even kneeling down and kowtowing, she could not shake the old man in the slightest. This made Yang Fan even more curious. What treasures are there in the Blazing Fire Tower that can make an elder of the grandfather's generation willing to stay here and guard it in person? Third Grandpa Huo Wu whispered in the old man's ear. Yang Fan did not hear what was said specifically, nor did he deliberately gossip with his soul power. But the next second, the old man called the third grandfather suddenly changed his face, as if he had seen a ghost. The old man said with a gloomy face, at most half an hour. After a tug, Yang Fan finally entered the mysterious Blazing Fire Tower. The simulated training environment outside the Blazing Fire Academy itself contains a strong fire attribute, but the moment he entered the Blazing Fire Tower, the temperature suddenly increased. Yang Fan felt like he had entered a huge steamer. It was stuffy and hot. This place seemed to be the center of the entire simulated training environment, and all the fire attributes seemed to be emanating from this Blazing Fire Tower. The tower was the same fiery red theme as the Blazing Fire Academy. After he really entered the Blazing Fire Tower, he found that the interior was not the 7-story pagoda he saw outside. There was another space spiraling downward. The books above are our Blazing Fire Academy's collection. As long as there are fire-attributed martial spirits that appear in Douluo Continent, you can find records here. Huo Wu was not bragging. The history of Blazing Fire Academy for hundreds of years allowed them to collect most of the records about fire-attributed martial spirits. In terms of the research on fire-attributed martial spirits, perhaps only the Spirit Hall can compare with it in Douluo Continent. What is this? Coming to the underground floor, Yang Fan was instantly attracted by the dazzling red strange stone on the ground. It was the first time he had seen such a strange stone. Like fire, like blood. Every stone had a violent fire attribute. Yang Fan finally knew why it was so hot inside the blazing fire tower. Chapter 110. Are you two in love? This is the best place for cultivation in our Blazing Fire Academy. A fire attribute soul master can cultivate here for 1 hour as well as cultivating outside for a whole day. This is why Blazing Fire Academy has become a famous fire attribute soul master academy on Douluo Continent. But, according to the academy's regulations, only soul masters above level 30 can enter this blazing fire tower to cultivate, and the time for each cultivation must not exceed 1 hour. Of course, reaching soul master is only a prerequisite for entering the blazing fire tower. If you want to be qualified to enter the blazing fire tower, you must become one of the best students in the academy. This is the most stringent rule of Blazing Fire Academy. Even the daughter of the dean cannot violate it. The reason why she brought Yang Fan here today is that she thinks this guy is qualified to enter the blazing fire tower. Even if he is not qualified now, he will definitely be qualified in the future. Why can you only cultivate for 1 hour? It's too short. For a tough guy like him, he may have to come out before he has enough fun. This is because the blazing fire stone in the tower is very special. Once the soul master stays in it for a long time, it will affect his mind. At the least, it will backfire on the body, and at the worst, it will cause the soul master to go into a state of infatuation. Yang Fan only then knew that the stone he stepped on was called Blazing Fire Stone, and judging from Huo Wu's expression, that could not hide the truth. There had been a precedent of a soul master going into a state of infatuation in this blazing fire tower. There is still enough time. Let me show you the charm of the blazing fire tower. Huo Wu sat cross-legged on the ground, and her martial soul, Huoing, had been summoned silently by her. This is the most common way of cultivation for soul masters in Douluo Continent. Adding a simulated cultivation environment to this cultivation method will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Huo Wu entered the state of cultivation, but Yang Fan did not. He was observing. As the saying goes, there must be a reason for wearing leather pants over cotton pants. It makes no sense for a cultivation treasure land to suddenly appear in the wilderness. It's like the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. The reason is that the bodies of the Fire Dragon King and the Water Dragon King sank in the Sunset Forest, and it was formed after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. At this time, Yang Fan had already started to pick up the blazing fire stones on the ground. The strange thing was that these stones seemed to be laid flat on the ground like pebbles, but they were ridiculously solid, as if they had already merged with the ground. No matter how much strength he used, he could not shake them at all. Night. Because of Du Gubo's patronage, Yang Fan now had no roommates. Really, no one except him was willing to sleep in a place where a titled Douluo full of poison had stayed. This was good. It gave Yang Fan more private space, and even Yao Lao could enjoy the campus time in the dead of night. Master, what was going on with the blazing fire tower today? Yang Fan studied it for half an hour. There was no clue. Apart from being able to feel the exploding fire attribute energy in the blazing fire tower, he did not find anything else. The entire blazing fire tower and the red stones underground were built by humans. When Yao Lao first entered the blazing fire tower, he also thought there was something underneath, but when he used his soul power to explore, he denied this inference. Built by humans? Yang Fan was even more confused. Those stones embedded under the tower don't belong here. If I guess correctly, these stones should be transported from somewhere, by Blazing Fire Academy or the Huo family. These stones are not simple. I can feel a very obvious hostility on them. Yao Lao's words were true. He had only been in the blazing fire tower for about half an hour, and felt that his emotions had fluctuated slightly. Huo Wu felt more like she was having her period. No wonder Huo Wu said that she would become possessed if she stayed in there for a long time. Master, then do you know this kind of stone? Yao Lao shook his head. With his experience, he couldn't make a judgment on this strange blood-colored stone. You just said that these stones were transported from other places, so where did these stones come from? Yao Lao laughed. How could he not guess the truest thoughts in his beloved disciple's heart? Let's not talk about what the source of these stones is. Do you think Blazing Fire Academy will tell us? They didn't know before, but now it's not an exaggeration to say that the Blazing Fire Tower is the cornerstone of the academy, and it can even be said to be the foundation of the Huo family. Yeah, that's right. Yao Lao smiled and said, but if you use a beauty trap, maybe you can make the girl from the Huo family confess. Yang Fan's brows twisted together with this plan. It's too bad. He didn't think he had the charm to make Huo Wu betray the family. Even if we take a step back, Huo Wu is just a little girl now. At this age, she is definitely not able to grasp the core secrets of the family. This is not a good thing for the family or Huo Wu. Play is play, and make trouble is make trouble. Yao Lao still gave his own analysis and insights on the bloody strange stone under the Blazing Fire Tower. Evil, killing. This is Yao Lao's evaluation of the Blazing Fire Stone. The Blazing Fire Stone under the tower made Yao Lao feel not only the violent fire attribute, but also the corpses everywhere. In Yao Lao's words, these stones seem to be dug out from a mass grave. However, Yao Lao also said that, if he really knew where the Blazing Fire Academy transported so many strange stones from, he might really be able to get a bargain. Picking up a bargain? How easy is it? Just as Yao Lao said, the Blazing Fire Tower is the lifeblood of the entire Huo family. If he wants to pull out the lifeblood of others, there is no way the Huo family will agree. On the other side, Du Guyan, why are you here? Blazing Fire and Xiandao Royal Academy have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and the two academies have been disliking each other for a long time. Does it have anything to do with you? Huo Wu is domineering, and Du Guyan is not a good person. As the granddaughter of the titled Douluo, she has never known what grievances since she was a child, and she really hates fire attribute spirit masters. I advise you to figure it out. This is Blazing Fire Academy. The gunpowder smell between the two reached its peak in an instant. Just when the two sides were ready to compete, Huo Washang hurriedly arrived to tell his sister why Du Guyan was here. The dean knew what kind of personality his daughter had. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he had planned to tell Huo Wu when he knew that the brother and sister were back. But unfortunately, after receiving his summons, only Huo Washang appeared in the dean's office. What? Yang Fan. Huo Wu couldn't understand why the two knew each other, but her straightforward personality made her ask the question in her heart. Are you two in love? Du Guyan's expression was surprised at first, and then there was an unconcealable resistance on her brow. Don't use your taste to speculate about others. Huo Washang saw that his sister was very dissatisfied with Du Guyan's last words. But in order to avoid unnecessary conflict, he could only drag his sister Huo Wu away from the crime scene first. Chapter 111 Yang Fan goes obsessed. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The snake venom in Du Guyan's body had been completely eliminated by him half a month ago. There was no reason for this naive girl to eat his newly developed detoxification trick for a few more days. The master also advised him to let the girl go quickly. In the words of Yao Lao, after eating for another month, Du Guyan will become a non-toxic green phosphorus snake. Yang Fan. Thank you. I, Du Guyan, will repay your favor in the future. A month's time allowed Du Guyan to see Yang Fan's true face. Fire attribute soul masters don't seem to be as annoying as imagined. Of course, the scope of this fire attribute soul master is only limited to Yang Fan. Du Guyan still hates Huo Wu, who has been causing trouble for her during this period. Goodbye. It doesn't matter if Du Guyan doesn't repay the favor. The important thing is Du Gubo. However, the month of getting along with Du Guyan gave him an idea that he thought was good. Du Gubo is a stubborn old man, but Du Guyan's words are very pleasant to the ear. If I can find a way to get Du Guyan to persuade him, Yang Fan will return to the academy as soon as possible after sending Du Guyan away. Swallow. Swallow. Swallow the dragon bone pill. The dragon bone pill had been refined by him for a month, and it was not until today that he had the best time to swallow it. According to Yao Lao, this pill can improve his physical strength again, which is of great benefit to his absorption of the fifth soul ring. When it comes to the next soul ring, he is not in a hurry. Just like when he absorbed the third soul ring, he gathered enough strength to make a big one. Don't stand there stupidly. Take the pill, while those stupid boys in the academy go out to watch the game. Yang Fan no longer hesitated and stuffed the dragon bone pill into his mouth. In an instant, a warm energy exploded in his mouth and then rolled down his throat. Although the quality of the dragon bone pill is not very good, it is also made from the fairy grass and the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and the effect is immediate after it is turned into a pill. When the burst of energy flowed along his 8 extraordinary meridians, Yang Fan could already feel the changes that the dragon bone pill brought to his body. This dragon bone pill was different from the pills he had taken before to strengthen his body. If the previous pills were drastic changes to the body, then this dragon bone pill was to nourish the bones. As the energy flowed through the 8 extraordinary meridians, it was continuously injected into the bones, as if filling the gaps in the bones. In an instant, Yang Fan felt a distinct sense of expansion in his bones. It was hard to say whether this filling made his body grow taller, but his bones must have become visibly stronger. He even heard the faint sound of dragons while enjoying the nourishment of the pill. This was the charm of the dragon bone pill. The feeling of bone expansion lasted for about 3 hours. Then it disappeared. Yang Fan's body gradually lost the feeling of being nourished by the dragon bone pill. This is one of the wonders of the immortal grass becoming a pill. Most of the immortal herbs of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire can accompany the soul saint. But it is different after being refined into a pill. For example, the blue silver dragon bone pill that Yao Lao had refined for him before. The rapid recovery of soul power and fighting spirit can last throughout his cultivation career. And the pill he is taking now uses the method of condensing pills to make its effects explode in a short time. How do you feel? Seeing the visible changes in Yang Fan's body, Yao Lao, as a master, could not hide his joy. Very good. He is now full of strength, and it feels like he only needs one punch to kill a 10,000-year soul beast. There is no clear level division for physical strength in Douluo Continent. However, there is a precedent of successfully absorbing a 50,000-year soul ring before him. He has successfully absorbed the fire dragon flame and ice dragon flame during this period, plus a dragon bone pill that nourishes bones. 80,000 years. The 5th soul ring must not be less than 80,000 years, otherwise it would be a shame for all the good things he has eaten. This is a small goal he set for himself. Stinky boy. Your current physical strength is almost catching up with your grandfather Yang Wudi. Yao Lao stared at Yang Fan. This stinky boy just turned 9 years old. A 9-year-old 8-star fighter, with a physical strength comparable to that of a Soul Douluo, and a Soul King strength that others can only achieve in 20 or even 30 years. His choice 6 years ago was the right one. Of course. This is also because Yang Fan worked hard enough. After the excitement, Yang Fan became more clear about what he was going to do next. Practice. 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 Important things should be said 3 times. He sat cross-legged on the bed, and the fighting spirit in his body began to circulate regularly at this moment. Since the burning dew successfully advanced to the Zuan level, his training speed has also increased visibly. He is currently an 8-star fighter. At the current training speed, it is estimated that he can successfully be promoted to a great fighter within half a year. From a fighter to a great fighter, it is not just a change in level. Fighting spirit armor, fighting spirit release, and gathering spirit into a solid state in a diamond shape. These are all changes after being promoted to a great fighter. Especially fighting spirit armor and fighting spirit release. One can greatly improve his defensive ability, and the other can greatly increase the release distance of fighting skills. Just like Yao Lao. With a flick of his finger, he killed a soul fighter of level 88 in seconds. Very fast. Yang Fan has entered the state of cultivation. While activating the burning technique to circulate his Dao Qi, his restless heart was agitated. The temptation of the 3-color fire lotus made Yang Fan think about the flames in his body. There are now 4 different flames in his body. If they can be blended together to form a 4-color fire lotus, the power must be great. While making up his mind, Yang Fan has already activated the Dao Qi in his body to match them. But the originally calm and balanced Dao Qi in soul power suddenly set off a storm in Yang Fan's body. Yang Fan was pushed out of the state of cultivation by the sudden fluctuation. A restless breath rushed straight to his forehead, making him feel dizzy. Yang Fan, Yao Lao, who was the first to notice that something was wrong, used his soul power to protect Yang Fan's head. Obsessed? Yao Lao was not sure. His first reaction was to protect Yang Fan's head to prevent this kid from becoming a fool because of the surge of Dao Qi. The second time, he used gentle Dao Qi to sort out the disordered Dao Qi and soul power in Yang Fan's body. You little brat. What new tricks are you playing? Yao Lao knew his beloved disciple too well. If it was just normal training, with Yang Fan's current strength and state of mind, he would never make such a low-level mistake. There is only one explanation. This kid is a jerk. Chapter 112 Beast Fire, Strange Fire. Oh, actually, I didn't do anything. I just wanted to move the fire dragon flame and ice dragon flame closer to the middle. Yang Fan scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't expect that the two beast flames would produce such a big fluctuation just by a slight collision. Fortunately, there is Yao Lao. Otherwise, it's hard to say what terrible things will happen. This is the beauty of having a top-level strongman to protect you. You will never have the bad thing of dying suddenly during cultivation. Stinky boy. You still say you didn't do anything? Yao Lao guessed it. If this kid didn't do something against the practice, it would be impossible for the fighting spirit in his body to suddenly become agitated. He must want to blend the four different flames together. At this moment, Yao Lao's eyebrows suddenly jumped. His expression suddenly changed. It seems that he thought of something very important and extraordinary. Release your fire dragon flame and ice dragon flame. Yang Fan didn't dare to neglect it. As he said, two balls of top-level beast fire appeared in Yang Fan's left and right palms. One red, one blue. The red one is violent, and the blue one is cold. Yang Fan just looked at it, and the corners of his mouth began to rise unconsciously. Master, did you find anything? Yang Fan knew that things were not simple just by looking at Yao Lao's expression. Don't try to fuse the two in the future. Although both Ice Dragon Flame and Fire Dragon Flame belong to the top beast fire, they are two completely different extreme properties. They cannot be fused like your other two flames. And once these two extreme flames collide in your body, their power is no less than a ball of strange fire. Strange fire! Exclamation mark. Yang Fan's body couldn't help but tremble when he heard the word strange fire. Master, does that mean? No. Yao Lao knew what Yang Fan wanted to say. With Yang Fan's current strength, trying to fuse two extremely repulsive top beast fires is like sleeping on the ground next to a cesspool. I advise you kid not to try these two beast fires. After tens of thousands of years of sedimentation, the body of the Ice and Fire Dragon King still formed a clear ice and fire yin yang eye. With your strength, can you still resist tens of thousands of years of accumulation? Yao Lao admitted that he supported Yang Fan to take risks and try many things. But everything has to be done in moderation. Master, I mean, do you have any way to completely fuse these two flames? Yang Fan felt that Yao Lao really underestimated him. What he wanted was not a short-term fusion, but a permanent combination. You have me, I have you. He really wanted a strange fire of his own, just like Yao Lao's bone spirit cold fire. Yao Lao also said, the power generated by the collision of these two beast fires with completely different and extreme properties is no less than that of strange fire. Are you crazy? You have forgotten the pain after the wound healed, haven't you? Don't you remember that you almost went crazy just now? Yao Lao was shocked by Yang Fan's wild ideas again. Looking at his decades of experience, he couldn't guess what Yang Fan was thinking just now. So, Master, do you have any way? No. Yao Lao's firm answer made Yang Fan feel disappointed. Looking at his expression, he knew that Yao Lao was not lying. Although this was the case, it did not make Yang Fan give up his idea. The Tuosh Ancient Emperor on the Douluo Continent can devour the Tuosh Ancient Emperor! Exclamation mark. Yang Fan suddenly had hope in his heart. Although Tuosh Ancient Emperor was a Dao Emperor, he was not a human, but a kind of strange fire. It was formed after absorbing all the strange fires and gathering spirits after possessing spiritual intelligence. In other words, strange fire can devour strange fire. Then can beast fire also devour beast fire? If so, Can he give up fusion and directly play devouring instead? Master, I have a bold idea. In order to complete the devouring of beast fire by beast fire, first of all, 2 flames of completely different quality and strength are needed, so that the big can devour the small. Obviously, the ice dragon flame and the fire dragon flame cannot meet this requirement. Don't panic. He still has the explosive flame and the immortal grass flame. The 50,000-year-old explosive flame is simply a younger brother in front of the fire dragon king. As for the immortal grass fire, it was generated by the yin of the fire dragon king's corpse. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the descendant of the fire dragon flame. Yang Fan told Yao Lao about his bold idea. Yao Lao was a little silly. Master, do you think it can work? Yao Lao was silent, thinking, and his expression was slightly solemn. He didn't know how to judge Yang Fan's wild idea. The burning technique allows practitioners to continuously devour strange fire and beast fire to improve the level of their skills and their own cultivation, but it does not say that beast fire can devour beast fire. You can give it a try. This time, Yao Lao supported Yang Fan. He also believed that the method Yang Fan said was possible. If not, with his current strength, even if the devouring failed, Yang Fan would be safe. Thank you, Master. With Yao Lao's support, Yang Fan became more confident. Under Yao Lao's guidance, Yang Fan chose to use the fire dragon flame to complete the swallowing of the immortal grass fire. This choice is not unreasonable. The fire dragon flame and the fiery apricot are of the same origin. If these 2 flames can be devoured, then it means that Yang Fan's method is feasible. Even if it doesn't work, the fire dragon flame and the immortal grass fire will not cause the restlessness in Yang Fan's body just now, because they are of the same origin. Yang Fan followed his words and restrained all the fighting spirit and flames in his body. Fusion is to release the beast fire and then mix it briefly to form the Buddha's wrath lotus and release it. Devouring is different. Devouring is to use the fighting spirit to form 2 beast fires in the body into one. When the idea of beast fire devouring beast fire was firm in Yang Fan's heart, the fighting spirit also quietly circulated in his body. He was very careful, using the fighting spirit to quietly push the 2 flames of obviously different qualities towards the middle. Perhaps because the 2 flames have the same origin, or because the grades of the 2 beast fires are very different, Yang Fan's swallowing was completed very smoothly this time. It was so smooth that he couldn't believe it himself. The 2 flames only touched slightly, and the fairy grass fire completely joined the camp of the fire dragon flame. If it weren't for the fact that the beast fire had no intelligence, he might have thought it might be a trap. Not simple. It's really not simple. At this time, Yao Lao was also shocked by such a spectacle. He only knew that the burning art could allow practitioners to devour multiple kinds of strange fire or beast fire, but he didn't expect that beast fire and beast fire could also complete swallowing. This is the charm of the burning art. Chapter 113. Heaven's Fight. First meeting with Kyan Ringsu. The fire dragon flame absorbed the immortal grass fire very smoothly, and the explosion flame was not much better. Although the explosion flame was a beast fire, it was only produced by a 50,000-year-old explosion flame tiger. The immortal grass fire was vulnerable in front of the fire dragon flame, let alone the explosion flame. The swallowing effect lasted for about half an hour. So far, the 4 different flames in Yang Fan's body only had the fire dragon flame and the ice dragon flame. Yang Fan thought that with the increase of the explosion flame and the immortal grass fire, the fire dragon flame would be able to complete the swallowing of the ice dragon flame. However, Yao Lao gave him a very positive veto. After the fire dragon flame successfully swallowed the immortal grass fire and the explosion flame, it was indeed enhanced, but this enhancement was not enough to become a bargaining chip to break the balance between the fire dragon flame and the ice dragon flame. In other words, the immortal grass fire and the explosion flame were too weak. The way to break this balance is obvious. Swallow more beast fire. Of course, this method sounds simple, but it is really difficult to do. In addition to the yin yang eyes of ice and fire that he knew before, it can be said that he encountered the explosive flame after 3 years of training outside. This beast fire is only the weakest one in his body. Just thinking about the true transformation of Fire Dragon Flame and Ice Dragon Flame made him feel extremely difficult. You don't have to be discouraged. For the two of us, the current result is already the best. That's right. If it weren't for the accidental discovery today that the beast fires can devour each other, whether Yang Fan can accept the strange fire in this life is still a question mark. But now, although there is still no definite result, there are finally some clues. Time flies, and another half a month has passed. The competition in the Xiandao division of the All-Continental Soul Master Elite competition has entered the final stage. The four major colleges of Shenfeng, Chihuo, Xianshu, and Leiting have successfully fought their way out of the siege. In addition, Kanghu College has become a dark horse in this competition, successfully replacing the position of Xiangjia College. Yang Fan didn't want to show up in this competition. After all, there was no role for him. However, it was hard to refuse the kindness. He appeared in the final battle of Blazing Academy. Perhaps because the Xiandao nobles were lazy, the competition venue of the Xiandao competition area directly requisitioned the Great Soul Fighting Arena. The Great Soul Fighting Arena. This place is full of memories for Yang Fan. It can be said that his process from a Great Soul Master to a Soul Master was spent in the Soul Fighting Arena. He saw an interesting thing as soon as he entered the Great Soul Fighting Arena. Although the Soul Fighting Arena was temporarily changed to the competition venue of the Soul Master Elite competition, many facilities inside were not removed. For example, the ranking list in the Soul Fighting Arena. The first name on the list, Yao Chen, 99 wins and 0 losses. To be honest, Yang Fan never cared about this record of his own. At that time, all he thought about was that he was going to get the third soul ring. What he didn't expect was that this record has not been broken until today. Of course, this ranking list is not arranged according to strength, but record. The record of 99 wins and 0 losses has been unprecedented since the establishment of the Soul Fighting Arena. This is the Yao Chen I told you about. Huo stood in front of the ranking list, and there seemed to be more yearning in her eyes. She was also on the list of the Soul Fighting Arena, but her ranking had long been left out by more than 90 places after she was promoted to Soul Master. Not only her, many Soul Masters who often come here to fight souls or spectators who watch the competition will subconsciously stop their feet after coming here. Take a look at the names that have not appeared for 2 years, and then look at the list that has changed alternately except for the first place. Even until today, there are still rumors about if Yao Chen is here in this Soul Fighting Arena. Yang Fan looked at the names on the list and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Who would have thought that Yao Lao, who could not show up 3 times on the Douluo Continent, would become famous in this way? You have been to the Soul Fighting Arena before. Why are you so familiar with it? Huo Wu's big eyes revealed a suspicious look. No, aren't the internal structures of many buildings like this? Yang Fan realized that his familiar steps almost exposed his identity as the god of killing in the Soul Fighting Arena. Entering the Soul Fighting Arena, the final battle between Xianshu and Chihuo appeared on the competition field. Just like everyone said, all the players of Xianshu College are beautiful women. They don't need fighting spirits at all. Just standing in the fighting spirit field is pleasing to the eyes. However, when everyone focused their attention on the players of Xianshu College, Yang Fan's eyes drifted to a farther place. Because of the final battle, Emperor Zuyi of Xiandao Empire came to the scene in person. But his eyes were not on Emperor Zuyi, but on a boy sitting next to the Emperor. Zuking. The original novel mentioned that Qin Rongsu entered the Xiandao Empire at the age of 10 and replaced the real Zuking after killing him. In other words, the guy sitting next to Emperor Zuyi is no longer the real prince of Xiandao Empire. Qin Rongsu in the original novel became an angel god, the mainstay of the spirit hall, and the person in charge of the worship hall after Qin Daoliu's death. If he could kill this woman before she became a god, then there would be one less huge trouble on the road to dealing with the spirit hall. Suddenly, Qin Rongsu's eyes shot towards him. He just revealed a hint of killing intent, but it seemed that this woman noticed it. Not simple. That's our Xiandao Empire's crown prince Zuking. Humble and polite. He was at the Soul Master Academy Elite competition from beginning to end. Huo Wu had a high opinion of Zuking. This also indirectly shows that this woman is really good at pretending. At the competition site from beginning to end, this is probably not just pretending to be a crown prince. If there is really an extremely outstanding genius soul master in the Xiandao competition area, he must be taken care of by the spirit hall. However, it is not an easy task to kill Qian Ringsu. The spirit hall is full of strong people. The titled Douluo alone accounts for nearly half of the entire Douluo continent. Qian Ringsu is the granddaughter of Qian Daoliu and the future heir of the angel family. Such an identity, such an aura. More importantly, this is the only heir to the throne of the angel family. Facing the danger of being in danger of being killed and causing the angel family to completely lose its inheritance. Will she lack protectors around her? Two titled Douluos are just the foundation. There must be a warrior hiding beside her who can protect her from hidden arrows at any time. Even with the help of Yao Lao, it is impossible for him now. Yang Fan gathered his mind and could only temporarily bury this murderous intention deep in his heart. Chapter 114. Xingdao meets Shrek 3 years later. Outside the Xingdao Great Forest, a group of students from Blazing Fire Academy walked into the town that served soul masters. The oldest of these students was nearly 20 years old, and the youngest was about 11 or 12 years old. 3 years had passed, and Qingfeng Town was the same as before. It seemed that nothing had changed here. Soul masters who came to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt soul masters would still choose to stay in this town for a night. 3 years. Yang Fan was already 12 years old at this time. He was about 1.7 meters tall, and his appearance had changed a little, less immature and more resolute. It seemed that he could be associated with the word handsome. He had spent these 3 years in Blazing Fire Academy, refining medicine and practicing. These two things almost ran through his entire 3 years. During this time, Grandpa Yang Wudi once came to see him once in the dead of night, but left in a hurry after staying for a while. Yang Fan, you guys are finally willing to come to the Xingdao Great Forest with us. Xiaogang said this. The rest of the Blazing team, including Xiao Wu, all laughed at the same time. Because this guy didn't dare to come to the Xingdao Great Forest at all. Yang Fan had to admit that he really didn't dare to come. Ever since he smashed Xiao Wu's head, he never set foot in the Xingdao Great Forest again. 3 years had passed in a flash. At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly took 2 steps forward and put her right arm on Yang Fan's left shoulder. This time we come to the Xingdao Great Forest to hunt for spirit rings, and we can't do without the help of you, the main force. As the saying goes, women change a lot when they grow up. 3 years have made Xiao Wu more plump. The members of the Blazing team, including Xiaogang, said that this woman's temper has become more irritable. Well, I guess so. Yang Fan didn't feel as strongly about this as others. The reason is that the Blazing Tower is at work. Every soul master who has trained in the Blazing Tower is like having their period for 3 consecutive days. Over time, it would be a miracle if they don't have a bad temper. I can't do it. I'm afraid of spirit beasts. This time, the Blazing Academy gave them an unprecedented task. The Blazing Fire team hunts for spirit rings independently. This task is not surprising to all the members of the Blazing Fire team, because in the history of Blazing Fire Academy, all students who are selected to join the Academy team and participate in the 5-year Spirit Master Elite competition must go through such a task. They call this transformation. They say they are allowed to act alone, but anyone who is not a fool knows how the Academy can leave them alone. This is the Xingdao Great Forest. In the long river of history, I don't know how many titled Douluo have been defeated. Several people talked and laughed. Unknowingly, they came to the only inn in the town. The inn is the most lively place in the outer town. Whether they come from the south or the north, they will use the inn as their first stop. The spirit masters who returned from the Xingdao Great Forest will choose to brag about their gains here, and even show off their newly hunted spirit rings. The spirit masters who have not set out yet like to look forward to the future here. How many of you? Before entering the inn, a man who looked like a waiter ran up in 3 or 2 steps, nodding and bowing, smiling, and welcoming. The guys in the town all knew that only distinguished soul masters could come to this town. There are 10 people in total. We want 5 rooms. Also, bring us some food. As the captain of the team, Xuantian was responsible for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Of course, there was also payment. The room needs to be by the window. Just such a small request made the shop assistant look at Yang Fan a few more times. The shop assistant was very sure that the youngest guy in the team must often come to the outer town or to the Xingdao Great Forest. Entering the inn, the noisy sound made Xuantian and his sister frown. Years of college life made it difficult for them to come into contact with this kind of noise from all walks of life. Even when they hunted the first 3 soul rings before, they were led by the elders of the family to the Soul Beast Forest. Yang Fan was just the opposite. After coming here, his heart became more comfortable. At this moment, a cold look in the corner suddenly made Yang Fan's soul tremble. His eyes followed the coldness and his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. Know her? Huo Wu noticed Yang Fan's sudden abnormality. Following her gaze, she saw a turbulent figure in the corner and a few guys who made people feel uncomfortable. I guess so. Yang Fan didn't expect to meet ZHU Zuking again 3 years later. Tang San, Damu Bei, Mahangjan, Oscar, Ningrangrang. It is not difficult to see that ZHU Zuking has entered Shrek Academy now. But think about it. The strange competition system between the ZHU family and the Star Luo Empire makes her go where else. Don't you go and say hello? Yang Fan shook his head. Forget it. To say that they know each other is just a brief encounter. If you really want to say it, it's just that this woman helped Grandpa Yang Wudi when he was selling blood coagulation powder to the ZHU family. Humph. Damu Bei slapped the table, and the fierce light had already fallen on Yang Fan. Yang Fan and ZHU Zuking looked at each other here. Did they treat him as a blind man? Although he went to find the twins all day, he would never allow the fiancé given to him by the Star Luo Empire to have any improper thoughts about others. Boss Day, what's wrong? The others were chatting happily, and seeing Damu Bei suddenly run away, everyone's face was confused. Someone needs to be punished. Although Damu Bei was beaten to a pulp by Davis in the Xingluo Empire, he fled to the Xiandao Empire like a stray dog. But since he entered Shrek Academy, he has swept away the haze of the past. Boss Day. He likes this title too much. He even likes it so much that he wants to stay in Shrek Academy for the rest of his life and doesn't want to go back to face Davis and doesn't want to face Xingluo, a city that makes him timid. The dean said, "Those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre." Just now, they have already taught the guys from Kanghu Academy a good lesson and implemented the school motto of Dean Flanders. And now a few blind guys have come. Except for ZHU Zuking and Ningrangrong, everyone else is laughing. Boring. ZHU Zuking left a cold word and turned back to the room she had booked in advance on the 2nd floor. Yang Fan. She didn't forget this name. In fact, this encounter made her full of gratitude to Yang Fan. It's not that Yang Fan did something unforgettable in her life, but the pill he left behind. That pill once saved her life. Where did this toad come from? It actually jumped in front of me and disgusted me. Xuantian was the first to step forward. After confirming again and again, I really don't know him. It can be seen that this should also be a student of a Soul Master Academy, but he doesn't even have a decent school uniform. Chapter 115. I want to kill him. The two sides didn't say much, and the smell of gunpowder filled the entire inn in an instant. Soul Masters are like this. They fight as soon as they disagree. Stop talking nonsense. Speak. How do you want to fight? Of course. They are completely different from those Soul Masters who have been lingering on the edge of the Xingdao Great Forest for many years. The soul rings that have been lingering on the edge of the Soul Beast Forest for many years are about how many people there are, who is strong, and who is weak. What matters is ruthlessness. Xuantian, a young man who has not yet walked out of the academy gate, obviously has not experienced this kind of social danger. 6 of us, 6 of you. As soon as these words came out, Xuantian laughed. The teammates of Blazing Fire Academy behind him also laughed. 6. Do you have 6 people? At this time, Damu Bei realized that ZHU Zuking, who was standing behind him, had disappeared long ago. Not only that, even Ningrangrong, who was sitting in the corner, didn't show any fighting spirit. This made Damu Bei very unhappy. After being bullied by Damu Bei in the Xingluo Empire, He finally became the boss after coming to Shrek. However, at this time, some people treated him as heir. Okay. Then the four of us. Dame Yubei's words made Ning Rangrang completely lose the will to fight. The two of them have a conflict. Ning Rangrang's eldest daughter's temper made Dame Yubei, a down and out prince, very upset. The night before coming to the Xingdao Great Forest, the two of them exploded. Ning Rangrang even gave Tang San a favor, asking Tang San to kill Dame Yubei. On the other side, everyone. This is a small shop, please go out and solve personal problems. The face of the innkeeper has begun to be unhappy, especially when he sees the faces of Dame Yubei and others. He looks even more impatient. Just finished beating one academy, and now he is looking for trouble with another academy. Do you really think he is a piece of clay? Dame Yubei led the other three people out of the inn. The stimulation of alcohol and the joy of the victory over Kanghu Academy just now made the four people feel a kind of honey confidence, thinking that these soul masters who came out of regular academies are all cowards. There are four of us, and you also have to send four, but he must be one of your four. Dame Yubei pointed at Yang Fan. This was undoubtedly the most direct challenge. Forget it. Just the two of us. To be honest, Yang Fan felt that it was really childish to solve the problem in this way, but he had no choice. He really doubted why the Xingluo royal family chose Dame Yubei as the contender for the crown prince. He had no means, no strategy, and no strength. Even a small matter could be solved with the fallacy of not daring to cause trouble is mediocre. The most outrageous thing was that behind this fallacy was just a bloodless fighting spirit. If he was the emperor of the Xingluo Empire, he would definitely beat Avis if he ran for election 100 times. Okay. Just the two of us. Yang Fan's proposal perfectly matched Dame Yubei's mind. Mahanjan and Oscar stepped aside, looking like they were watching a good show. Especially Mahanjan. He even whistled to cheer him up. With a dull tiger roar, the inherited martial spirit of the Xingluo royal family, the white tiger, was successfully possessed. Dame Yubei, who was already 14 years old, already had the outline of an adult's body. After being possessed by the spirit, he looked even stronger. Seeing that Yang Fan did not release his spirit, Dame Yubei's eyebrows led to a clear fluctuation on his face. Do you look down on me? Before he finished speaking, Yang Fan moved. With lightning speed, a series of afterimages floated behind him. Just one punch. The sandbag-sized fist landed on Dame Yubei's face. Blood spurted from his nose and his teeth flew off. His distorted face led his burly body to be instantly punched into the air, gliding for several meters before hitting the ground heavily. The punch came too fast, like a tornado. Not to mention that Mahanjan, Oscar and others did not react. Even the victim Dame Yubei was in a daze the moment he landed. Even Tang San did not have time to open his purple demon eye. So fast. ZHU Zhu King on the second floor also saw this scene through the gap in the window. While she was amazed, her heart also became mixed with mixed feelings. I vaguely remember that when they fought the explosive flame tiger together in the Soul Beast Forest 3 years ago, the gap between the two was not as big as it is now. This punch made ZHU Zhu King feel lost. She thought she had practiced hard enough, but compared to Yang Fan now, this guy, Huo Washang and his sister were also shocked. Conservative. He was too conservative when sparring with them. Huo Washang thought he was strong enough, but if the punch just now hit him, it would not be much better. Boss Day, how are you? Are you okay? Mahanjan has begun to panic. Dean Flanders has always warned them, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. However, today, they have caused trouble that cannot be solved. He still can't figure out why this kid who is about the same age as him is so powerful. It's okay. I'm fine. This kind of hard-heartedness did not escape Tang San's eyes at all. He just checked it briefly. The bridge of the nose collapsed. It must be broken. This punch will not only affect Dame Yubei's daily life, but also his future practice. Fatty, Xiaoao. Help Day go back and rest first. As a good brother, Tang San couldn't let Dame Yubei's insistence on dignity go to waste. However, he didn't leave. I'll fight you. Tang San didn't have a good time in the past few years. Yu Xiaogang calculated that he could successfully advance to Soul Master when he just turned 12, but he succeeded in breaking through 3 months after he turned 12. Although it was only 3 months late, For a genius soul master, especially before the soul saint, even a month of delay in training may affect his life. The reason why Tang San was like this can be traced back to 4 years ago. The failure of the fight for the second soul ring in the Sunset Forest almost hurt his training base. Even after recovery, he would inadvertently think of this matter. This seems to have become a demon in his heart. And there is Xiao Wu. 3 years ago, he clearly invited Xiao Wu to Shrek Academy, and soon after received a reply from Xiao Wu agreeing, but he did not wait for Xiao Wu to arrive. Although this matter has passed, and he has gradually let go of Xiao Wu's matter, these two things have left a scar in his soul master career. Yang Fan saw Tang San standing where Damu Bei had just stood. His eyes narrowed slightly. Compared to Damu Bei, Yang Fan was more likely to beat Tang San. He even wanted to kill him. But he also knew that it was easy to beat Tang San to death in such a public place, but it was not so easy to clean up his own ass. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, One Punch. Tang San lies for half a year. Tang San. 4 years ago, the two of them had a fight in the Sunset Forest, and this guy was injured by his 8 extreme collapse. If the prediction is correct, this guy should still be at the second ring. Sure enough, when Tang San released 2 yellow spirit rings, his guess was confirmed. Unlike Yang Fan's calmness, Tang San, who was standing opposite, had a solemn face. He also knew that a spirit master who could kill Damu Bei in one punch without releasing his spirit was definitely not an ordinary one. He was very confused. Why did this guy who looked about the same age as him have such strong strength? Tang San, who couldn't accept it, could only attribute it to the fact that Yang Fan's age was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Tang San. Level 30. Tang San's wishful thinking was very good. He used the self-introduction before the fighting spirit to find out the opponent's spirit and strength so that he would not fall into a passive situation at the beginning. But Yang Fan did not give him this opportunity. The lightning speed made Yang Fan's figure appear illusory, and the fierce attack came as expected in the next second. He also did not release his spirit. Even so, such an attack still made Tang San's heart tremble violently twice in a row. The next second, a purple light instantly appeared in Tang San's eyes. Looking over again, he could barely see Yang Fan's figure through this layer of purple mist. Although Tang San is only a second ring now, his trump card is far from comparable to that of Damu Bei, a downtrodden prince. In addition, Damu Bei's previous experience made him mentally prepared in advance. His unpredictable steps allowed him to narrowly avoid Yang Fan's first attack. However, before he had time to rejoice, Yang Fan's body in midair suddenly turned, and attacks like rainstorms followed one after another. At this time, Tang San wanted to use his proud purple magic pupil to seal the attacks on him, but this time Yang Fan did not give him any chance. Yang Fan's eyes instantly burst into a fiery red brilliance. The two looked at each other. Tang San's eyes were instantly dazzled, and his brain sank at the same time. A battle between mental attacks. At this time, it depends on the soul power between the two sides. Yao Lao had told him that his soul power had surpassed that of an ordinary soul fighter. At this moment, Yang Fan seized the opportunity of Tang San's dizziness and threw him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw, and then the hidden power of his right fist surged. Tang San had changed. Yang Fan was no longer the Yang Fan of 4 years ago. Bang! This time, the 8 extreme collapse hit Tang San's chest firmly. On the surface, this punch did not use much strength, but Yang Fan knew that at least Tang San would be bedridden for half a year. He really couldn't beat Tang San to death in public, but it was normal to get some minor injuries when making friends with martial arts, right? At this moment, the sudden twist in airwave on the side made Yang Fan's soul power agitated. He turned around instantly and hit him with a punch at the same time. His body retreated, and the opponent followed suit. Xiao Wuji. Yang Fan saw the attacker clearly. As the leader of Shrek Academy's visit to the Stardao Great Forest, Xiao Wuji could be said to have appeared at the right time. Just now, he had already punched Tang San hard. Boy, where did you come from? How dare you bully me, the Akalaming Wang Zhao Wuji. Akalaming Wang Zhao Wuji. This name is still barely famous in Douluo Continent, especially in the small town outside the Soul Beast Forest, where all kinds of people are mixed. Because this grandson didn't do much when he was young. Just a few years ago, there were still many sects and families who wanted to hunt Zhao Wuji down. But while speaking, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but look at Yang Fan a few more times. This kid is not simple. The punch he just threw was aimed at blasting Yang Fan 10 meters away, but this kid only retreated 2 or 3 steps. Not only that, the punch just now contained a hidden force that made him feel that his entire arm was twisted. Zhao Wuji, why the hell are you bullying a few kids here? If you have the guts, come and fight me. A loud and angry voice exploded behind Yang Fan. This voice was so familiar that Yang Fan didn't even need to look back to know that it was their lovely Dean Huobao. Huobao, as the name suggests. Although their dean has a very bad temper, he would not be willing to give a student a brain-smashing blow, even if he was so angry that he was fuming. That's why Huobao, who could no longer bear it, jumped out after seeing Zhao Wuji. Dad, why are you here? Huo asked with the intention of knowing the answer. The academy would never let them, a few students, take risks in the Soul Beast Forest. Huo knew this, and everyone in the Blazing Fire team knew it. If I hadn't come, you would have been bullied by this blind bear. Huobao said and turned to glare at Zhao Wuji. The idol soul masters in the outlying town were so scared when they heard the title of Akala, but the Xiandao Huo family really didn't take this blind bear seriously. At this time, another old man walked out from behind the Blazing Fire Academy. Akalanatha, long time no see. Zhao Wuji saw that it was old master Huo, and as a junior, he couldn't help but bow slightly. Of course. A tyrannical person like Zhao Wuji would not care about seniority because he was afraid of old master Huo's soul Douluo level strength. Although the old man is old, he can still see many things clearly. If I didn't see it, it should be your people who troubled Chihuo first, and then we taught them a lesson. Besides, I believe everyone present knows the rules of the Soul Master world. Once the soul fighting is established, others can no longer interfere or intervene. Akalanatha seems to have broken the rules, right? Old Master Huo is considered a weird flower in the family. He speaks gently. He has not inherited the temper of the Huo family at all. The reason is that this old man likes a quiet way of cultivation and is hardly eroded by the Chihuo stone. Yes. It's Zhao Wuji who doesn't understand the rules. Old Master Huo's words were neither humble nor arrogant, and they were flawless. It's true that you got beaten, but the fault is still on you. Even the always arrogant Zhao Wuji couldn't find a single word of no, let alone dare to make a rash move in Xiandao Huo's house. Let's go. It was already late, but Zhao Wuji had to make such a decision. He was not going to set off for the Xingdao Great Forest, but to return to Soto City. Damn it. He didn't see a single hair of the soul beast, but 2 of the students he brought out fainted first. The injury is unknown. They must be taken back to the academy for treatment. 3 days later, Zhao Wuji hired 2 carriages at his own expense to bring Tang San and Dame Yu Bei back to Shrek Academy. Haha. Wuji, how come you are back so soon? Flanders came out to greet him with a happy face and riding in a carriage. Flanders' first thought was that the process of hunting soul rings this time was unusually smooth, making these guys happy to start enjoying life. Damn it. Zhao Wuji had a gloomy face, as if he wanted to vent all the depression of the past 3 days. All day long, he kept saying, those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. Now it's alright. They've all become idiots. What's wrong? Flanders knew something was wrong when he saw Zhao Wuji's face. When he lifted the curtain on the carriage, his brain suddenly went blank. Zhao Wuji, what the hell is going on? 1 Tang San and 1 Dame Yu Bei. The 2 best students in the academy actually went outstanding and came back lying down. What else could it be? They were beaten up by someone. Zhao Wuji was not only worried about the injuries of Tang San and Dame Yu Bei, but also the consequences of this incident. Tang San's father is Tang Rishan. It was polite not to ask them to settle the score last time Tang San was injured. How could they let them go when their son was more seriously injured this time? Besides, Daimyo Bei was indeed a poor prince, but he was still the son of the Xingluo emperor after all. The Xingluo royal family could allow Daimyo Bei to die at the hands of their own people, but they would never allow him to be exposed in the wilderness. Then why didn't you protect them? The opposite side is the Damshai and Alhuo family. Zhao Wuji also wanted to teach his opponent a lesson, just like he beat Kanghu Academy. But he couldn't beat him. Stop talking nonsense. Help me carry the two of them in first. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was still in the room carefully revising his 10 core theories of martial spirits, and fantasized about being able to let Tang San, who was born with full spirit power and had twin martial spirits, help him verify it. However, the noisy sound forced him to open the door. It was at this moment that he saw Tang San lying on a stretcher slowly passing by. Yu Xiaogang's eyes went dark. When he reacted, he had already grabbed Flanders' collar tightly. Flanders, tell me what's going on. Why would my disciple lie on a stretcher? Do you know what he means to me? Yu Xiaogang was on the verge of collapse. Tang San's last injury had already affected his future cultivation, but fortunately, it did not hurt his foundation. Xiaogang, calm down. Flanders was already upset and irritable, and he lost his mind after being shaken by Yu Xiaogang. He gave Yu Xiaogang a big slap. Pa. The sound was crisp and loud. At this moment, Flanders calmed down, and Yu Xiaogang also woke up instantly. The people around were surprised by this sudden scene and said nothing. The world seemed to be quiet. Only Yu Xiaogang's face was still burning with pain. Our top priority now is to treat the injuries of these two children. Yu Xiaogang nodded silently. Flanders was right, and he fought well. He was too anxious just now. He was confused when he saw Tang San lying on the stretcher. Tang San is not dead yet. They still have hope. After a round of diagnosis and treatment, Flanders' face was extremely ugly. Remember the last time Tang San was injured? Yu Xiaogang's eyes trembled suddenly. You mean? Flanders nodded solemnly. Tang San's injury this time was similar to the last time, both of which were caused by the internal organs being stirred by the dark energy and leading to coma. Flender, what are you waiting for? Save him. This time Flender shook his head heavily. Last time he could easily dissolve the dark energy in Yangfan, but not this time. Even you can't do it? Yu Xiaogang's eyes became empty in an instant. Flender is the strongest person in Shrek Academy. If even he can't do it. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all hope, and even lost the motivation to live. There is still a way. Flender's eyes were the most determined in the whole room. What way? Yu Xiaogang asked urgently. Although I can't dissolve the dark energy in Tang San's body, the title Douluo can. Flender has learned the whole story from Zhao Wuji. Although the opponent didn't kill him in the Dao Soul outside the Star Dao Great Forest, this punch was more painful than taking the life of a genius spirit master. However, such a result made them unable to say that the other party was wrong. You want me to beg him? Impossible. Yu Xiaogang knew what Flender wanted to express. Then go find Bibidang. Flender. Yu Xiaogang was so angry that his veins popped out and his breathing became heavy. The two people he least wanted to see in his life, one was Bibidang, and the other was Yu Yuanzhen. It's up to you. Flender said that he came from a poor family. He was not like Yu Xiaogang. In this world, no title Douluo would look up to him. There are actually 3 ways for them to go on the road of title Douluo. The first is to return to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family to find Yu Yuanzhen. The second way is to go to the old lover Bibidang. The third is to put hope on Tang Heo. No matter which of the 3 people he goes to, Yu Xiaogang will inevitably go out in person. But Flender didn't want to go the third way from the bottom of his heart. First, it was because he couldn't explain Tang San's injury to Tang Heo, and the second point was that Tang Heo was really hard to find. Tang San had been in Shrek Academy for 4 years, and Tang Heo just suddenly appeared in his office one night. Even if I go back, will he really help Xiao-san? Yu Xiaogang has already made his first choice. If he really has to choose, he would rather go back to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family than face Bibidang. How do you know, if you don't try? The reason why Flanders came up with this idea was that he believed that Yu Yuanzhen would definitely take action. Although Yu Xiaogang said that he was abandoned by the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex as a good brother, He knew that this guy ran away from home because he couldn't stand the cold eyes of the family. After discussion, Yu Xiaogang finally made a decision that he didn't want to make a second time in his life. Return to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Family Yu Xiaogang looked up at the space. When he left the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, he swore that he would never go back until he made some achievements. He didn't expect that he would break his oath at this time. But fortunately, he has now summarized the 10 core theories of martial spirits, and he has made his own achievements over the years. Chapter 117. External Soul Bone 8 Spider Lance. Stardao Great Forest. Night. Because of the disruption of Shrek Academy, this meaningful training has completely changed. Old Master Huo and Huo Bao stopped pretending. It's time to show off. They chose to go with a group of little guys from Blazing Academy and completely regarded this trip to the Stardao Great Forest as an ordinary soul ring hunting operation. When Yang Fan first stepped into the Stardao Great Forest, he was very cautious. He was worried that the Titan Giant Ape had not forgotten his breath. However, after staying in the Stardao Great Forest for a few days, this concern gradually disappeared. It is certain that the Titan Giant Ape has come out of the grief of losing the goddess. This is good. How can a woman become a hindrance on the road to becoming a strong man? Well, the joining of Old Master Huo and Huo Bao did not seem to give them too much good luck. After a few days, they did not find a decent fire attribute soul beast. Impatience appeared on the faces of everyone, except Old Master Huo and Yang Fan. Oh my god. If it doesn't work, we'll go deep into the 10,000 year soul beast area tomorrow morning. The soul beast forest is divided into the 100 year soul beast area, the 1000 year soul beast area, the 10,000 year soul beast area and the core area. Of course. This is the area divided by the soul masters of Douluo Continent for the convenience of hunting soul rings. It does not mean that there are no 1000 year soul beasts in the 10,000 year soul beast area. After all, soul beasts also need to reproduce. Don't be reckless. Huo Bao was anxious, but Old Master Huo was still calm. What if it was just the two of them going to the 10,000 year soul beast area? The key is that they are now with 10 students. Once they encounter the kind of soul beasts that like to live in groups in the 10,000 year soul beast area, the two adults may not be able to ensure the safety of 10 children. At this moment, the air in front suddenly moved. The first person to notice it was not Old Master Huo, the strongest in the team. It was Yang Fan. The horror of his soul power now is beyond the reach of even Old Master Huo, who is now level 84. Here he comes. Old Master Huo stroked his beard with a smile. As soon as the voice fell, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the bushes in front of the team. Clouds follow dragons, winds follow tigers. Yang Fan's rich experience in the Soul Beast Forest allowed him to judge that the tiger in front should be a leopard tiger. Not only that, Yang Fan even guessed that the reason why the leopard tiger appeared at night was because of the bonfire they lit. At this time, all the members of the Blazing Fire team looked at the front with full concentration. Everyone's martial spirit had been quietly released at this moment. 3 rings. Everyone in the Blazing Fire team had reached the 3rd ring, which was also the standard for joining the Blazing Fire team. Of course, Yang Fan was different. His feet were red and stepped on 4 soul rings, and the soul-breaking spear was tightly held in his hand at the same time. 3 years had exposed his martial spirit to every member of the Blazing Fire team. Of course. Except for Huo Bao and Old Master Huo, almost no one could call out the real name of his martial spirit. This was due to the mutation of the soul-breaking spear. Since obtaining the 4th soul ring, the lines on his soul-breaking spear body have become particularly clear, and the appearance has also changed significantly. The second reason is that when the Puyi clan was in trouble, the members of this group of team members were only at the age of awakening their martial spirits. After that, the soul-breaking spear soul masters rarely showed up on the Douluo Continent. Dean Huo Bao and Old Master Huo understood Yang Fan's difficulties in hiding his martial spirit, and they also made it clear that they would not tell anyone about this matter. Even so, Yang Fan did not let the Blazing Fire Academy know many things about himself. For example, soul rings. Now he was stepping on the most common 2 yellow and 2 purple. Here we go. Get ready. Huo Wu is the deputy captain of the team and also the commander of a team. At this time, under her command, the 10 members of the Blazing Fire team have already formed a battle formation. Roar, with a dull tiger roar, a colorful tiger with a body length of more than 3 meters suddenly appeared. It passed through the bushes and pounced on Huo Wuxiang, who was now in front of it. In the eyes of others, this was just a distorted fire shadow. However, Yang Fan, who had a strong soul, saw the true appearance of the soul beast, exploding flame tiger. Yang Fan was very familiar with this kind of soul beast in the team. His third soul ring and first beast fire both came from this soul beast. From the length of the body and the pattern on the head, it is not difficult to see that this is a soul beast of about 4,000 years old. It can be said that it is very suitable for Huo Wuxiang and his sister. Cultivation is like this. Every soul master cannot find the soul ring that he likes the most and is most satisfied with. Although the age of the 4th soul ring of a soul master is 5,000 years, there are almost no people who can just get stuck at this node. Roar, the explosion flame tiger roared again in midair and opened its bloody mouth towards Huo Wuxiang's neck. The explosion flame tiger is a very violent soul beast, and this one is even more unusual. A scar from top to bottom crosses the entire tiger face and penetrates one of its eyes. Such a scar also makes this 4,000-year-old explosion flame tiger more ferocious. Although Huo Wuxiang had been prepared for a long time, he is now a 3-ring soul master after all. Facing the attack of the explosion flame tiger, he was knocked away in an instant. One hit was successful. The explosion flame tiger became more violent than before, with its bloody mouth wide open and smelly saliva dripping down from the corners of its mouth. At this time, the explosion flame tiger had obviously regarded Huo Wuxiang, who was lying on the ground, as a delicious meal. At this time, the 3rd soul ring on Huo Wu, who was in charge of controlling the whole scene, quietly lit up. Under her precise control, a circle of fire instantly expanded from the inside out on Huo Wuxiang's body. The second before the explosion flame tiger was about to give Huo Wuxiang a fatal blow, it instantly repelled him dozens of meters, resisting the ring of fire. This is Huo Wu's only control skill. In fact, sometimes Yang Fan didn't understand why this woman had a control skill that did no harm. Obviously, she could have carried out a violent and strong attack route. So under his guidance, Huo Wu realized her mistake with deep disgust. The battle continued. While Huo Wu was repelling the explosion flame tiger, Yang Fan's attack was perfectly connected, chasing stars and plundering fire. The attack like a fire dragon gushed out from the tip of the soul-breaking spear. In an instant, the entire night sky suddenly lit up. The flames were fierce, crashing into the body of the exploding flame tiger like a flood of beasts. Boom. The battle was over. The whole forest seemed to be calm at this moment. Is it okay? Huo Wu ran over from 20 meters away in an instant. She was not worried about Yang Fan, but the exploding flame tiger lying on the ground. If this exploding flame tiger was killed by Yang Fan, then the spirit ring that she had worked so hard to get for several days would be wasted. Fortunately, under Yang Fan's precise control of the force, the exploding flame tiger still had a breath. You guy. Huo Wu breathed a sigh of relief. The other members of the Blazing Fire team behind her shrugged one after another. It must be said, such an experience is really nothing for them. Girl, this spirit beast is yours now. Such a decision was not surprising to anyone in the team. Yang Fan didn't need it. Huo Wuxiang was naturally not to mention. He had always been the one who gave in to his sister since he was a child. Brother, I'll absorb it first. Huo Wu was very satisfied with the 4,000-year-old soul beast in front of her. Although her ideal soul ring is a 4,500-year-old fire attribute soul beast, life always has some regrets. This explosive flame tiger is too suitable for her. She was afraid that she would not be able to find a soul beast that suits her better after missing this one. Don't take advantage of it here and act cute. Huo Wuxiang sat under a big tree that required several people to hug. He was not too jealous. With his great-grandfather and father personally taking action, could he still miss his 4th soul ring? Here, Yang Fan had not had time to sit down and take a breath when a faint rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes next to him. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be friends from the Blazing Academy. The voice was very old and came from the darkness. Such a sudden strange voice instantly alerted the people present in the Soul Beast Forest. Huo Bao and Huo Washang, father and son, protected Huo Wu, who was absorbing the soul ring behind them. Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm the old man Meng Shushan. This time I came to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt for soul rings for my granddaughter. 2 old men and 1 young man walked out of the darkness. They were the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady and their granddaughter Meng Yiren. So it's the Dragon Lord and the Snake Lady. I wonder if you have any advice? The old man Huo's vigilance was instantly relieved. The Dragon Lord family and their Huo family are both in Qiandao City. To be honest, the 2 families have some friendship. Nothing. I just heard the sound of fighting here suddenly, and the old man was confused, so I came to take a look. Meng Yiren's strength is not very good. At the age of 16 or 17, she has just reached the level of a 3-ring soul master. If she continues like this, it is unlikely that she can reach the level of the Dragon Lord. Even if she has the strength of the Snake Lady Soul Emperor in the future, she will have to burn incense. The only lucky thing is that the Dragon Lord said that they have successfully obtained the soul ring. Yang Fan guessed that it should be the phoenix tail coxcomb snake in the original book, not the human-faced demon spider that has surpassed the age limit. Human-faced demon spider? Exclamation mark. Yang Fan seemed to have a flash of lightning in his head. Yes. Human-faced demon spider. In the original novel, Tang San absorbed the spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider to obtain the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lance. The spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider has no temptation for him, but the external spirit bone is a rare treasure. Meng Yiren can stand here at this time, and the human-faced demon spider with external spirit bones. Thinking of this, Yang Fan's restless heart has begun to surge. At this moment, he can only say sorry to his brothers and sisters in Blazing Academy. While old Master Huo was greeting Long Gong and Huo Bao was protecting Huo Wu, Yang Fan chose to disappear quietly in the darkness. Half an hour later, he had already crossed the valley just now. Stinky boy, what tricks are you going to come up with again? Yao Lao knew that Yang Fan must have his own ideas for leaving the Blazing team. Of course, I came out to prepare some stocks for alchemy. If I'm lucky, I might get some unexpected gains. Yang Fan can now be sure that the human-faced demon spider with external spirit bones must be nearby. 1 kilometer, 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers in radius. He can't be sure. But if we continue to search blindly like this, it may take forever. The only way is to lure out this human-faced demon spider. Yang Fan used his powerful palm power to instantly kill a 10-year-old squirrel on a tree, and then used a sharp blade to dig it open. The flesh and blood spilled on the ground. The human-faced demon spider is a bloodthirsty and gregarious soul beast. If there is a nest of them nearby, these soul beasts will surely come here, based on the smell of blood. All Yang Fan can do now is wait. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, a faint light appeared in the sky. Just when Yang Fan was about to give up, his soul power fed him an important message. Here they come. And there is more than one. If it were any other soul beast, Yang Fan would definitely not be able to tell. But the human-faced demon spider is different. The crawling method of this soul beast is too unique. In addition, they are a kind of soul beast that likes to live in groups, so he can tell them instantly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fan saw no less than 10 green lights through the bushes, and this creepy light continued to increase. But he knew. These human-faced demon spiders that were observing in secret and had not yet taken action were not his targets. In the original novel, the human-faced demon spider that Tang San hunted was not very old, but it was indeed the leader. It was precisely because the leader was hunted that there were endless human-faced demon spiders attacking Shrek Academy. Yang Fan patiently waited for the human-faced demon spider that gave the order to appear. Gee, a sharp voice passed through the air. It was transmitted to all the human-faced demon spiders, and at the same time, it made Yang Fan frown. The human-faced demon spiders began to attack. Their target was not the 10-year-old squirrel thrown on the ground. It was Yang Fan. This group of human-faced demon spiders were not single-celled organisms. They knew who was the delicious food. At this time, Yang Fan moved. Flames like waves and wind gushed out from his palm. Although the human-faced demon spider is a very insidious and bloodthirsty soul beast, there is something that is their biggest natural enemy: flames. As the fire dragon flame appeared, the 100-year-old human-faced demon spiders that attacked Yang Fan instantly turned into charred corpses. At the same time, Yang Fan also used his powerful soul power to lock the leader of the human-faced demon spiders. The soul-breaking spear with blazing flames quietly appeared in his palm. It flew out of his hand the next second. The human-faced demon spider wanted to run, but under the lock of Yang Fan's soul power, it could only become prey on the chopping board. The soul-breaking spear instantly killed the 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. The flames and the sudden death of the leader caused the few 100-year-old human-faced demon spiders that remained to flee frantically. A purple soul ring quietly emerged. Yang Fan's target was not on this soul ring. He used his soul power to control the broken marriage spear inserted into the human-faced demon spider and shook it violently. The body of the human-faced demon spider was instantly shattered, and a strange bone with 8 spider legs appeared in front of Yang Fan. 8 spider spears. This was also the first time Yang Fan saw an external soul bone. The whole bone was purple, and a pungent poisonous gas was lingering over it. Chapter 118, Revenge. Attack Dame Yu Bei. Not simple. Really not simple. During the 3 years that Yang Fan was in Blazing Academy, Yao Lao also successfully received the influence of a regular academy. He recognized at a glance that this was a rarer external soul bone. Sometimes he really wondered if Yang Fan had any ability to predict the future. Just by sneaking out alone to lure out a few human-faced demon spiders, he successfully obtained a precious external soul bone. Master, what kind of elixir do you think this soul bone is suitable for? Yang Fan first ruled out absorbing it himself. Even if this is an external soul bone, the reason is very simple. After absorbing this external soul bone, the 8 spider lance will make the soul master's back sway, which is in the opposite direction of his fierce lightning attack. So refining an elixir is the most suitable. Put away this poisonous thing first. The soul bone came too quickly, and even Yao Lao, who has rich experience, didn't think about how to arrange this external soul bone for a while. But it is certain that this treasure will be useful in the future. After Yang Fan collected the soul bone, he did not choose to flee the crime scene immediately, but patiently removed the poison that the human-faced demon spider was most proud of from its corpse. This poison can kill people instantly, but it is also an indispensable medicinal material in the process of alchemy. Soon, old Master Huo and Shihuo found him. In response, Yang Fan also made up the excuse he had wanted before. He went out to the toilet and got lost. Old Master Huo only comforted Yang Fan a little after seeing that Yang Fan was safe and sound. After the hanging heart gradually settled down, the group continued to set off for the next soul ring of the team. It was another night. While everyone else was asleep, Yang Fan quietly took out the 8 spider lance he had recently obtained from the storage soul guide. Looking again and again, Tang San was hit by him and was probably still lying on the bed, and now the external soul bone 8 spider lance fell into his hands again. He didn't believe that this kid could still stir up any waves. However, Dame Yu Bei's active trouble with him this time couldn't be let go. During these 3 years, while he was cultivating hard, he also did not forget to help Yao Lao find herbs that could repair the soul. He now has another 10,000-year-old holy soul grass, the soul bone that is hard to come by. He is eyeing the one on the Soul Master Academy Elite competition 2 years later. As for the 9th grade Ginseng King, Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, he has never had any clue since it disappeared, but this time the fight with Shrek gave him an idea. Start with Dame Yu Bei. Even now, he has already thought of the next strategy. Practice, practice. Yang Fan gathered his mind and gradually entered the state of cultivation in this quiet night. 3 years have made his soul power, fighting spirit, and soul power significantly improved, but the strange fire he has been thinking about has never arrived. However, in the past 3 years, Yao Lao has indeed found that the method of devouring beast fire that he said before is indeed feasible. It's a pity that there are too few wild flames on Douluo Continent that can make him suddenly, and until today, there are only 2 top beast fires in his body, Fire Dragon Flame and Ice Dragon Flame. 3 days later, The group walked out of the Xingdao Great Forest safely. Yang Fan did not return to Blazing Academy with them, but left the organization again on the pretext of asking for leave to go home. Soto City. Although this city lacks the grandeur of Xiandao, it can barely be regarded as a medium-sized city. Yang Fan's goal is very clear. It is Daimyo Bay. He made a detailed analysis of Daimyo Bay. This guy likes to visit prostitutes. However, since Zhu Zuking joined Shrek Academy, he should have gradually changed this bad habit. But it can be used. Yang Fan asked around in Soto City and finally found a place where he could visit prostitutes. He asked for 4 girls as soon as he came up. This kid. He is not big, but his appetite is still big. The madam saw Yang Fan taking 2 girls to the room upstairs, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Is it okay? Don't fucking kill her upstairs. After entering the room, Yang Fan directly took out 100 gold soul coins from the storage soul guide. For the girls, they couldn't make so much money, even if they received customers for a month. Young man, what are you doing? One of the girls hurriedly filled the teacup on the table with hot tea. Anyone with a little experience would understand. Most customers would take off their pants and have sex after entering the room, and most of those who came up and paid money like this were not here for fun. Does anyone know Daimyo Bay? This is why Yang Fan wanted to find 4 girls, but he still wanted to find a few. Daimyo Bay? You mean Daishao? When the name Daishao appeared, the expressions of the 4 girls present changed slightly. It is not difficult to see that these 4 people had a deal with Daimyo Bay to say goodbye at dawn. Yang Fan kept one of them, and as for the other 3, he asked them to leave the room with the gold soul coins in his hand. This young man is looking for Daishao. The red-clothed girl who stayed saw the 50 gold soul coins left on the table. Her eyes lit up. Help me to ask him out, and the money will be yours. Although Daimyo Bay may not come out to solicit prostitution again in the short term, as a qualified sex worker, they must have their own ways to get customers to show up, even if it's just to meet once. This gentleman loves money and gets it in a proper way. Prostitutes are no exception. Before she was sure of Yang Fan's true purpose, she really didn't dare to take the money. The reason was because of Daimyo Bay's identity as a soul master. Don't be nervous. Daimyo Bay and I are brothers. This time we are going to take him back to the family. But he doesn't want to see me, so I can only think of this way. Yang Fan's words dispelled some of the doubts of the woman in red. When Daimyo Bay came to spend money before, she accidentally mentioned the topic of family, but Daimyo Bay was extremely disgusted at that time, and even unprecedented anger. This just echoed what Yang Fan said. After thinking it over again and again, the woman in red finally stretched out her trembling hand to the 50 gold soul coins on the table. The main reason was that Yang Fan gave too much. Okay, I promise you. The woman in red set the place she agreed with Daimyo Bay at the Rose Hotel, which was the place Daimyo Bay took her to for the first time, and it was also the most luxurious hotel in Soto City. Shrek Academy. Accompanied by Flanders, Yu Xiaogang drove the carriage and took Tang San back to the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan, the family he didn't want to face since his spirit awakened. Since Flanders left, the entire Shrek Academy seemed to have become more desolate. Ning Rangrang, who disobeyed orders, the taciturn Zhu Zuking, and the evil Mahanjan, it seemed that no one could blend in. Zhao Wuji, who stayed to manage the academy, had a strong feeling Shrek Academy was over. Originally, he and Flanders and his old friends planned to hold another session and then run away, but now the situation is that they can't wait for the day of hiding their merits and fame. On the other side, Daimyo Bay, who was lying on the bed, sighed. His injuries were different from Tang San's. Although he was knocked unconscious by the guy who flirted with Zhu Zuking in the town outside the Soul Beast Forest, he didn't have a hidden disease that would affect his future practice. Even now, he can get out of bed and walk around, but it's a bit difficult to circulate his soul power. Fuck. Daimyo Bay fell into deep self-doubt. It was not because of his injury that he delayed his current practice, but just now he received news from the girl in the brothel. That woman is pregnant. This news was a bit of a bolt from the blue for Daimyo Bay. He had just turned over a new leaf, and the truth was revealed. But he was clearly pregnant. How could he be pregnant? Dame Yubei felt that the child must not be his, or that woman just wanted to make another fortune from him. Although he was very sure of this idea, Dame Yubei decided to drag his tired body to solve this matter thoroughly. Rose Hotel. Dame Yubei stood in this place that made him very familiar again, and an extremely complicated emotion rose in his heart. Once upon a time, he would bring at least 2 girls with him when he went in and out of the Rose Hotel. He was the young master Day in the mouths of the girls and the hotel waiters, the genius in the eyes of the teacher, and the boss in the hearts of Mahanjan and Oscar. However, all this has changed. Zhu Xiaogang's arrival seemed to constantly remind him that he was just a down and out prince far away in a foreign country. This complicated emotion was so intense that he did not hear or see the waiter's warm welcome after he entered the Rose Hotel. Dame Yubei went up to the 2nd floor skillfully. He pushed the door open and entered. "Is it you?" When Dame Yubei saw that the person in the room was Yang Fan, he knew that he had been deceived, but he did not realize that danger had come. "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Dame Yubei had completely regarded Yang Fan as a love rival. This guy and Zhu Xiaogang were flirting with each other, and there must be something going on between the two of them. Suddenly, Yang Fan's eyes flashed with fire, and the huge soul power instantly swept the entire room. Dame Yubei felt dizzy, and then his head fell on the floor of the room. "You talk too much." Yang Fan kicked Dame Yubei in the lower abdomen, and the whole person slid from the living room to the bedroom like a dead dog. The first step of the plan has been completed. The next step is the second step. Yang Fan wrote a letter with the hotel's paper and pen. The letter was sent to Davis, the eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire. As for the content, it was also very simple. Just tell Davis that the brother he dreamed of seeing is now in his hands. If you want him, you can exchange him for a 9th grade ginseng king. Otherwise, he would let Dame Yubei go. Yang Fan originally planned to ask Davis to bring a spiritual soul bone in exchange. But then he thought that Dame Yubei was not worth the soul bone at all, not to mention that Davis might not be able to produce a soul bone. Although the 9th grade ginseng king was equally precious, if Davis put in some effort, he might really be able to get it from a royal noble. Using a 9th grade ginseng king would make his future path to the crown prince smooth. If he were Davis, he would definitely agree to this kind of transaction that only required some external things to make his future worry-free. In order to make this letter to the Xingluo Empire more credible, Yang Fan deliberately put Dame Yubei's storage soul guide and a strand of hair in it. Yang Fan did not choose to sit and wait for death. For safety reasons, he packed up the unconscious Dame Yubei and quietly left the city of Soto. "What? Yubei is missing? Have you looked for him?" The bad news kept coming. Zhao Wuji's head felt bigger now. "I have already searched all the places he might have gone." Mahanjan swore that he had turned the chicken coop in Soto City upside down. There was really no trace of Dame Yubei. Damn it, this shouldn't be the case. Zhao Wuji touched his confused head. Where would this guy go if he didn't go to her house? Suddenly, Zhao Wuji seemed to have thought of a possibility, and he slowly turned his eyes to Ning Rangrang, who was standing aside. He knew about the feud between the two. It is said that Ning Rangrang threatened to find someone to kill Dame Yubei. If it was someone else, it might not be possible, but Ning Rangrang is the daughter of Ning Fengzi, and there must be many soul masters who can obey her orders. What are you looking at me for? I have nothing to do with Dame Yubei's disappearance. If it was really her, she would definitely admit it very proudly, but if it wasn't her, she would not choose to be the scapegoat. At this moment, Oscar, who went outside to look for Dame Yubei, hurried back to the academy. Teacher Zhao, the waiter at the Rose Hotel, said that he saw Boss Day this afternoon, but he only saw him go up to the 2nd floor and never came down. I looked around the 2nd floor of the Rose Hotel and didn't find Boss Day. Zhao Wuji slapped his forehead. He said it. This kid really went to Suoto City to solicit prostitution. Mahanjan, Oscar, you two go to Suoto City and bring him back for me. Lawless. His nose has been beaten and broken, and now he still has the mind to go to Suoto City to find a woman. Zhao Wuji is a rough man. At this time, he didn't realize that Dame Yubei might have been in danger. However, after 3 consecutive days, when they completely lost contact with Dame Yubei, Zhao Wuji realized the seriousness of the matter. Daimyo Bei, this kid, is really gone. However, just when Zhao Wuji was having a headache about Daimyo Bei's affairs, Zhu Zuking also left Shrek Academy quietly. There was no sound. There was no farewell. It was as if she had never been there before. She fled from Xingluo Empire to Xiandao Empire just to find Daimyo Bei, not because she had much feelings for Daimyo Bei. In fact, the two of them were just a political marriage. They had not even met each other a few times. The reason why she chose to come to Shrek Academy was entirely because the cruel elimination system of the family drove her away, and the desire for life made her want to find a helper. Now this helper disappeared again, and her hope was completely shattered. Chapter 119 Daimyo Bei dies suddenly. Lingfeng Town. This is a border town between the Xiandao Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Because of its special geographical location, this town has become a no man's land. There are basically no good people in the whole town. Almost all of them are people like Zhao Wuji who are being hunted by multiple forces. Because of this, Yang Fan used this notorious city as the place to trade with Davis. Let me go. At this time, Daimyo Bei had woken up from his coma and wanted to use all his strength to stretch the ropes on his body. The ropes are used to tie up soul beasts. With Daimyo Bei's current strength as a 3-ring soul master, it is almost impossible. What do you want? Daimyo Bei has realized that Yang Fan in front of him is not just trying to teach him a lesson. Yang Fan did not speak, but went up and punched him. Daimyo Bei instantly fell into a coma again. You talk too much. Yang Fan did not intend to punch Daimyo Bei hard. It's not that he is merciful. Not to mention beating Daimyo Bei to death. Even if this grandson is crippled, will Davis still choose to trade? Even if Fool knows that a disabled person cannot pose any threat to the throne. For several days, he never received a reply from Davis or anyone from the Xingluo royal family. Could it be that he was overthinking? Davis did not treat his poor third brother as a piece of green onion. Even so, Davis, who was trained as a future emperor since childhood, should also know the principle of cutting the grass and eradicating the roots. Yang Fan has begun to become impatient. If Davis really refuses this deal, then he can't be blamed for being cruel. A guy who is likely to become a threat in the future must be strangled in the cradle. Yang Fan decided to wait for 3 more days at most. It was another quiet night. Yang Fan suddenly opened his eyes from the state of cultivation, and the next second he had the Xuantian ruler in his hand. He could sense that there was a person standing outside the door at this time, but he did not speak or make any movements. After a moment of stalemate, a strange voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Friend who sent the message, see you in the woods outside the town at 3 o'clock tonight. After that, the figure outside the door disappeared. Davis finally came. Because he didn't want to let Daimyo Bei's trace go, and he didn't want any more obstacles on the road to becoming emperor. But the suspicion of the letter did not make him show up at the first time, but he had been observing secretly in the town. Finally, he noticed this small hotel. But that's all. The face under the black cloak was a mystery to him from beginning to end. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yang Fan clenched his fists fiercely. Isn't the 9th grade Jin sinking that he has been thinking about coming here? Yang Fan never dreamed that a poor prince like Daimyo Bei could have such value. 3 o'clock in the morning. Yang Fan came to the grove where Lingfeng Town was as agreed. 1, 2, 3. It can be said that, as soon as he entered this forest, he used his soul power to detect the soul master hidden in the dark. At this time, a burly middle-aged man walked in front of Yang Fan from the darkness. He first looked at Yang Fan, who was still covered by a mask, making it impossible to guess his true identity. Then the middle-aged man looked at Daimyo Bei, who was led behind Yang Fan like a dog. At this time, Daimyo Bei also looked at the middle-aged man. His eyes were horrified. His body couldn't help but tremble obviously. It was obvious that they knew each other. Who are you? Daimyo Bei looked at Yang Fan, and his horrified eyes instantly turned into anger. He thought that he and Yang Fan were just rivals in love, but now he felt that his judgment from the beginning was wrong. The third prince has been wronged. The eldest prince sent me to take you back. The burly man's voice sounded very familiar, and Yang Fan was sure that this was the figure who appeared outside his door at night. After the middle-aged man said that, he took out a black box about 2 feet long from his storage soul guide. Slowly opening it, a ginseng about 1.5 feet long appeared in front of Yang Fan. The ginseng was snow white jade colored, and it looked like an exquisite jade at first glance. Snow jade bone ginseng? Yang Fan almost called out the name of this ginseng. Here is what you want. Now you can release our people. Although Davis did not show up, he still fulfilled his promise. Snow jade bone ginseng. This ginseng has indeed reached the 9th grading quality. Watching the middle-aged man use his strong soul power to carry the snow jade bone ginseng to him, Yang Fan also untied the rope on Daimyo Bei according to the agreement during the transaction. The middle-aged man opposite was very calm from beginning to end, and he didn't seem to worry at all that Yang Fan would do something crazy after getting the 9th grade ginseng king. An interesting thing happened. According to reason, after the kidnapping transaction was successful, the hostages would run to the arms of their own people, but now Daimyo Bei didn't want to go over. Daimyo Bei made up his mind and started to run in the opposite direction in an instant. With the appearance of the snow jade bone ginseng, he finally understood what was going on. He was being traded as a commodity, and the trading partner was Davis, whom he didn't want to see in his life. However, before he took the second step in his escape plan, he was arrested on the spot by Yang Fan, who had predicted it in advance. He punched him hard on the forehead and then said lightly, "You're welcome. The 9th grade ginseng king has been obtained, and as for Daimyo Bei's fate, Davis will surely not disappoint." Yang Fan was in a very good mood at this time. What he had to do in the next period of time was to obtain his 5th soul ring. Well, it has been 3 years since he became a soul king. In these 3 years, he has been constantly tempering his physical strength in Blazing Fire Academy. It's for this day. Taking advantage of this leave from Blazing Fire Academy, he can just arrange his 5th soul ring. Stinky boy. Do you think this is the end? At this time, Yao Lao's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Fan's heart. Yang Fan used kidnapping to fight back against the troublemaker, which seemed a bit unethical, but it seemed acceptable in terms of obtaining cultivation resources. Of course not. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of Yang Fan's mouth. In Douluo Continent, intrigue and deception are normal. During the time when Yang Fan formed a temporary team outside the Soul Beast Forest, he had already seen the most sinister side of this world. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of soul masters with shining soul rings suddenly appeared in the woods. There were soul kings, soul emperors, and soul saints. Obviously, this group of people did not intend to let him leave safely after the transaction. Yang Fan had already thought of this result. Davis, as the eldest prince of the Xingluo Empire, will ascend the throne and become the emperor in the future. He will never let this matter be exposed. Kill him. The middle-aged man in charge of the transaction said the last sentence and disappeared into the night with Daimyo Bei. Before the transaction tonight, they had already investigated Yang Fan roughly. Although it is still unclear what the face under the mask is, they can be sure that Yang Fan has no other helpers. As the middle-aged man and Daimyo Bei disappeared into the darkness, many soul masters who suddenly appeared also showed their green faces and fangs. Yang Fan counted and found that there were at least more than 20 soul masters surrounding him. Such a scale was used to deal with a child like him. It was enough to show Davis' determination to solve this matter cleanly. The war was about to start. Yang Fan's fighting spirit surged up instantly, and the pitch-black Xuantian ruler was already in his hand. Flame-splitting devouring wave ruler. His rich combat experience made him know that he had to strike hard in this situation. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Yang Fan's 3 years were not just about eating and sleeping. 3 years had already allowed him to successfully become a great fighting master. Fighting spirit was released. Wave after wave of fighting spirit gushed out of the Xuantian ruler, and in the blink of an eye, it hit the soul master in front of him. Everything happened too fast. The soul masters present obviously did not expect that Yang Fan, who had not released his martial soul, would suddenly release such a terrifying skill. In an instant, 4 soul lords and 8 soul kings died on the spot. Even the soul emperors and even soul saints present were shocked after seeing it. Everyone be careful. This guy's not as simple as we thought. As the earth level fighting skills were released, the air around them suddenly became tense. The main reason was that Yang Fan had not released his martial soul, which made them unable to make a too accurate judgment of Yang Fan's strength. The two Soul Emperors standing at the front looked at each other at this time, and both sides understood each other's thoughts in their eyes. In a flash, the two Soul Emperors launched an attack on Yang Fan. Both of them had the spirit of the bloodthirsty wind wolf, and their faces became particularly ferocious. After releasing their spirits, the sharp blades between the 10 fingers of both hands instantly popped out and attacked Yang Fan's neck, chest, lower abdomen and crotch. The attacks of the two Soul Emperors were very fierce, and it can be said that they covered the upper and lower 3 roads of Yang Fan. The lightning speed made Yang Fan even more unable to retreat. At this time, Yang Fan's eyes suddenly glowed red, and the surging soul power suddenly attacked the brain nerves of the two Soul Emperors. The two Soul Emperors' forward bodies paused slightly, and it was at this moment that they were caught by Yang Fan in an instant. Palm flames gushed wildly. The top beast fire burned on the face, and instantly made the two Soul Emperors scream. The soul-stirring screams made the Soul Masters present scalp numb, especially when they saw the two Soul Emperors gradually losing their fighting power in front of them. Their hearts were trembling. At this time, the Soul Saint who led the group had already begun to curse. What about the guy who was not strong? What about the people who were easy to deal with? Let's go together. The Soul Saint who led the group knew that he could no longer talk about martial ethics. If he continued like this, he might be exhausted to death here. At this moment, a terrifying cold breath burst out in Yang Fan's body, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped sharply in an instant. Trees, rocks, and even the faces of Soul Masters were covered with a layer of ice. Yao Lao finally couldn't sit still and took action. Yang Fan's current strength would not have any problem dealing with a few Soul Emperors or even Soul Saints. But if he was beaten up by a group, Yao Lao couldn't stand his disciples being bullied by his opponents like this. But the heads of the Soul Masters present were blank in an instant, and the next moment they fell to the ground one after another. The whole forest was dead silent. Yang Fan originally wanted to chase the guy with Dame Yu Bei, but at this time even Yao Lao's soul power had lost the information of the pursuit. In the end, he had to give up. However, the final result was acceptable to Yang Fan. After all, the 9th grade Jinsinking that helped Yao Lao repair his soul was already in his hands. On the other side, the two brothers Davis and Dame Yu Bei finally met after 2 years. Yes. In order to ensure that things could be resolved smoothly, Davis came to the Xiandao Empire from the Xingluo Empire. Haha, my good brother, you miss me so much. Davis laughed proudly, and his evil eyes flashed with the light of a superior. The two brothers met again in this situation, which meant that no one could stop him from becoming king. My good brother, you don't seem to be very happy today. Davis, who was in a good mood, didn't even hesitate to hug him. You know, from childhood to adulthood, he only hit Dame Yu Bei with his fists. After being hugged, Dame Yu Bei's body became more stiff, and an unprecedented fear filled his nerves. This was from the suppression of the brothers' bloodline. Because he had never defeated Davis since he was a child, the reason he left the Xingluo Empire was because he didn't want to be oppressed by Davis anymore. Ah, Davis. I've already left the Star Luo Empire. What else do you want? I'm no longer a threat to your throne, so why won't you let me go? Seeing the person who scared him the most in his life again, Dame Yu Bei's heart completely collapsed. He pushed Davis' arms away, roaring and backing away. Just a few days ago, he was the strongest student in Shrek Academy, known as Day the Boss. He couldn't accept such a cliff-like life. Suddenly, Davis' body rushed forward. The soul ring flashed. The hard and sharp tiger claws instantly pierced Dame Yu Bei's chest. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment, and the leaves that were swaying in the wind just now seemed to be mourning for the passing of Dame Yu Bei's life. Brother is always brother. You will never beat me in this life, let alone become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire. Davis looked at Dame Yu Bei, who fell to the ground without any breath, without any pity in his heart. Only the dead are the safest. Dame Yu Bei didn't even know this. What could he use to fight him? Grand Prince. None of them came back. Davis' evil eyes suddenly flashed. At this moment, he had guessed the fate of the Soul Master he brought. Waste. You can't even do such a small thing. Davis' joy instantly shrank by half. It was always a hidden danger for him that the matter was not completely resolved. He also knew that this was not the Xingluo Empire. As the Grand Prince of the Xingluo Empire, he not only had no privileges here, but he would even be in danger because of his identity. Helpless, Davis could only choose to return to the Xingluo Empire after dealing with Daimyo Bei's body. Daimyo Bei's death meant the ownership of the throne to him, and in this case, he could only choose to give up the pursuit of Yang Fan. Chapter 120 Yu Xiaogang, you useless person, stop misleading others. Yang Fan's fifth soul ring. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. This place is not as bad as Yu Xiaogang said. Although the competition in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family is fierce, it is not like the failure must die ending of the Xingluo royal family. When the clan members knew that Yu Xiaogang was back, they still opened the door to the mountain for him. Yu Xiaogang told Flanders before that the clan members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family excluded him because of his martial soul mutation. In fact, it is not the case. The clan members did not take him seriously at all. Geniuses are envied. Who would exclude a waste? Of course. There is really one person in the entire sect who hates Yu Xiaogang to the bone. The second in command, Yu Luomian. In fact, this is not Yu Luomian's fault. In the past, Yu Luomian was very good to his nephew Yu Xiaogang, and even comforted Yu Xiaogang when he was most desperate in his cultivation. But you are fucking incestuous with someone else's daughter behind his back. This is something that any father would never tolerate. At some point, this matter even spread within the sect, and for a time, Yu Luomian could not raise his head in front of the entire family. Along the way, Yu Xiaogang once again knelt in front of his father Yu Yuanzhen. Old people are sentimental. Although Yu Yuanzhen was angry that Yu Xiaogang ran away from home, he still touched his father's heartstrings when he waited for his son to return to him after decades. However, when he learned that Yu Xiaogang came back this time to ask him to save people, the old father's face instantly sank. However, under Yu Xiaogang's sincere plea, Yu Yuanzhen decided to help his son's only disciple. Of course, the premise of the treatment is that Yu Xiaogang concealed Tang San's true identity. He himself knew it. If Yu Yuanzhen knew that Tang San was a member of the Haoshan sect, or even Tang Hao's son, his father would never help him. Carry him into the room. Yu Xiaogang watched his father slowly stand up. At this moment, he breathed a sigh of relief. The titled Douluo's appearance meant that Tang San was saved again. This matter seems to be Yu Xiaogang's credit, but it is not. During the 3 days and 2 nights, when he came to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Flanders had been doing ideological work beside him, asking Yu Xiaogang to kowtow when he came back, admit his mistakes when he should, and not act like the sect owed him something. He has no status, no strength, no prestige, no seniority, so why not pretend to be a grandson? Flanders knew that Yu Xiaogang would definitely not listen to him because of his bad temper. Even if he listened, he might completely lose his mind the moment he returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. So Flanders had been instilling in him a thought: if he didn't pretend to be a grandson, Tang San would be hopeless, and your 10 core theories of martial spirits would never be proven to the world. Now seeing Yu Yuanzhen agree to treat Tang San, Flanders was more relieved than anyone else. On the other hand, knowing that Tang San could be saved, Yu Xiaogang's mood gradually improved. He saw 2 7 or 8-year-old kids in the sect practicing in the pavilion, and walked over with interest to give them some pointers. In the past, he would not have bothered to do such a thing. In his eyes, only Tang San, who has full innate soul power and twin martial souls, can prove his theory of the 10 competitive strengths of the martial soul core. What is your innate soul power level? The 2 children looked at the stranger who suddenly appeared in front of them warily. Before they could answer, a middle-aged man hurried over. Yu Xiaogang, what are you doing? The middle-aged man held the 2 children in his arms and stared at Yu Xiaogang with displeasure. The children did not know Yu Xiaogang, but as a peer, how could he not know? These 2 children have good talents. I want to give them some pointers. As soon as these words came out, several tribesmen who came over couldn't help but laugh. Pointing? Did they hear it right? A waste with a mutated martial soul, who has never been able to get any progress in his life, is now qualified to give pointers? Teach. How do you teach? Do you know the soul vibration of the 10,000-year soul ring? Do you know how to quickly get through the weak period after the end of the martial soul's true body? Do you know how to correctly use the dragon transformation effect of the Blow Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul? Yu Xiaogang, wake up. Your theory of the 10 core competitive forces of the martial soul is either copied or wrong. Your stuff is misleading. The middle-aged man was very angry at this time. In consideration of Yu Xiaogang being the son of the sect master, he didn't want to make this clear. You continue to immerse yourself in your spring and autumn dream, while he continues to study and practice on the road to becoming a strong man. However, Yu Xiaogang actually wants to attack his 2 sons. Fortunately, he is by his side, otherwise the 2 sons would be useless. After listening to Yu Xiaogang's slander, when your apprentice wakes up, you can go and tell him those nonsense martial soul theories, but please remember not to hurt my children again. This is because Yu Xiaogang is the son of the sect master. If it had been anyone else, the middle-aged man's fist would have landed on Yu Xiaogang's nose. A bolt from the blue. Yu Xiaogang felt like he was struck by lightning. Even though he was being scolded by the middle-aged man in front of him, he couldn't say a word of rebuttal now. His mind was blank. He gradually recovered from this state after all the tribesmen left. He trotted to Flanders, grabbed his good brother's collar and asked, "Does the 10,000-year spirit ring really have soul agitation?" He was not sure, and it was the first time he heard this statement. Soul agitation? You mean soul shock, right? When a soul master absorbs the 10,000-year spirit ring, he will feel that his brain is shocked, and he will even feel the resentment of the dead soul beast. Yu Xiaogang froze in place again. Soul agitation really exists. But this is something he didn't know from the beginning to the end. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Then you didn't ask me before. Flanders was helpless. In the past, Yu Xiaogang asked him all sorts of questions, filling up 2 notebooks, and even asking him questions that made his head hurt. Under such a high-intensity question and answer situation, how could he know if Yu Xiaogang had missed something at that time? In an instant, Yu Xiaogang was like a deflated ball, and the spirit in his eyes suddenly decreased by half. Xiaogang, what's the matter? It's not too late for you to write this in your notebook now. Don't forget that you still have Tang San. Flanders' comfort did not make the lonely Yu Xiaogang feel much better. If he didn't know about the soul stirring today, he might not know more important soul master information tomorrow. Even so, but he still took out his notebook and wrote this theory in his notebook. Xingdao Great Forest. The soul beast forest in the early morning had a hint of coolness, but Yang Fan's heart was burning at the moment. He sat cross-legged on a flat rock. The 5 soul rings on his body, 2 purple and 3 black, kept circling his body up and down, and not far away, the body of a fire leopard lay quietly. He has become a soul king. No. It should be said that he has been a soul king for a long time, but he only put on this 5th soul ring that belongs to him today. He obtained a fire leopard soul ring that is 85,000 years old. After successfully obtaining the 5th soul ring, he also truly saw his level. 58 level. It can be said that in the 3 years at Blazing Fire Academy, the time he spent practicing Dao Qi allowed him to improve his soul power by 8 levels. This speed is not fast. However, he also truly felt that as the soul power level increased, the level improvement speed also slowly decreased. This is the name of his 5th soul skill. This 80,000-year-old fire leopard provides him with a powerful active skill. After the 5th soul skill is activated, it can allow him to teleport a certain distance, and during the teleportation, he can use the soul breaking spear to chop out a light slash. Not only that, when the light slash is released, it can also provide him with a 400% attack increase. It can be said that this is a skill that coexists with both active and passive. 58 level Yang Fan smiled. According to this training speed, he can reach the strength of a Soul Emperor when he is 13 years old. Although a Soul Emperor cannot be considered a strong man, such a speed of cultivation is enough to make him ecstatic. Imagine that a Soul Emperor suddenly appeared in the elite competition of the All Continent Soul Master Academy. What a wonderful picture it would be. The next step is to find the beast fire. In fact, he did not get nothing in the 3 years at the Blazing Fire Academy. Yao Lao said that the source of the blazing fire stone must have a very violent fire attribute energy, and this fire attribute energy is very likely a wild flame that can be devoured by him. And according to his 3 years of tracking and investigation, He really found some traces. Little pervert. The sudden voice and cold breath that appeared in his ears made Yang Fan's hair explode instantly. It was at this moment that he kicked out of his fantasy of evolving from beast fire to strange fire. Yang Fan jumped up. The 5 soul rings that had not disappeared suddenly flashed at almost the same time, followed by a sweep. Swish, a crescent-shaped light slash flashed from the tip of the gun, followed by a sharp explosion that made people's teeth ache. After the attack, Yang Fan saw the person clearly, and his tense nerves gradually relaxed. The person was Du Gubo, and following behind him was Du Gubo's granddaughter Du Guyan. In 3 years, the relationship between Yang Fan and Du Gubo has also changed subtly. Du Gubo even held Du Guyan's hand and asked her to call him grandpa on a drunken night. What a pervert! Du Gubo exclaimed, and at the same time, he put the palm that had just received Yang Fan's attack behind his back and shook it inside his sleeve without leaving any trace. Careless. Fortunately, his strength has improved after the detoxification, otherwise he might have overturned. He didn't take Yang Fan's attack seriously, but at the moment, when the light fell on his hand, his momentum suddenly rose. This kid's 5th soul ring is really perverted. He dared to say that soul masters who don't know this skill will definitely be fooled when they fight Yang Fan for the first time. Especially when Du Gubo saw the corpse of the 80,000-year-old fire leopard not far away, his heart was even more shocked. The 5th ring of 80,000 years. Du Gubo finally understood why Yang Fan's attack just now made his palm hurt. Are you here to hunt soul rings too? It seems so. Yu Xiaogang and his sister have both reached the soul sect, so it is not surprising that Du Guyan successfully advanced. The cultivation speed of the leaders of the 4 elemental academies is actually not much different. He even thinks that Du Guyan's cultivation speed will be faster than that of the Huo brothers and sisters, after he is no longer troubled by the green phosphorus snake venom. Of course. Do you think you are the only one in the world who can advance? Yang Fan's guess was not wrong. Du Guyan had successfully promoted to the soul sect a month ago, but it was only because Du Gubo went to another place with Prince Zuxing some time ago. However, when Du Guyan saw the 5 soul rings on Yang Fan, the joy of getting soul rings disappeared in an instant. In the entire Douluo Continent, only 4 people know his true strength. In addition to his master and grandfather, there are Du Gubo and his grandson. Of course. Yang Fan let them know, in order to attract Du Gubo to join the Puyi clan. Although Du Gubo refused in the end, he also said that, if the Puyi clan encountered difficulties one day, he, Du Gubo, would definitely stand at the forefront. At the same time, Du Gubo and Du Guyan both clearly promised not to tell anyone about Yang Fan. They all knew that with Yang Fan's current strength, even with Yao Chen present, he might not be able to protect him. Big brother. You look good now. Are you already level 93? Ever since Du Gubo asked Du Guyan to call him grandpa, Yang Fan's way of addressing Du Gubo has also changed. Of course. It was only limited to some teasing. Little bastard. You call me grandpa. Although Du Gubo roared, he was not really angry. Yang Fan was right. He has now successfully advanced to level 93. All of this can be attributed to the credit of that old thing Yao Chen. Not only did he help him draw out the green phosphorus snake king poison in his bone marrow and press it into a poison pill, he even helped him turn the poison pill into green phosphorus snake king poison that he could use. It was this transformation that allowed him to advance to level 93 within 3 years. Not only that, Du Gubo even thought that he had a chance to become a super Douluo within 10 years. PFFT. Grandpa, let's go. Du Guyan originally wanted to invite Yang Fan to go with her, but the joke of calling grandpa instantly made her lose interest. Grandpa too. After getting drunk, he spoke without restraint, and Yang Fan played a bad joke for 2 years. Little pervert. It's better to leave this soul beast forest as soon as possible, otherwise you will die here and no one will collect your body. Yang Fan accepted Du Gubo's advice to him. He was very lucky this time to find an 80,000-year-old fire leopard on the outskirts of the 10,000-year soul beast area, but even the outskirts of the 10,000-year area did not mean that it was safe. Especially on the outskirts of this soul beast forest, there was a titan giant ape that had a grudge against him. 3 years later, Yang Fan could not guarantee that the Titan giant ape had really forgotten him completely. Chapter 121 City of Killing. Blazing Fire Academy. After obtaining the spirit ring, Yang Fan once again came to the academy, where he had lived for 3 years. He was very grateful to Blazing Fire Academy. Not only did it provide him with a 3-year cultivation environment, but it also tilted a lot of cultivation resources for him, because of Old Master Huo. It was late at night. However, the blazing fire tower in the simulated environment of the back mountain was very lively. How did these little bastards do it? Huo Bao looked at the blazing firestone that had been shaken and lost its original function. Very angry. However, he had a hot temper and couldn't go to the students to settle accounts. He could only vent his emotions through this kind of scolding. Not only was he angry, the always gentle old Master Huo also had a rare solemnity on his face at this time. Blazing Firestone is too important to the Huo family and Blazing Fire Academy. It is no exaggeration to say that Blazing Firestone is the cornerstone of the entire Huo family. At this time, old Master Huo took out a bucket of blood from the storage soul guide and poured it on it, but the cracked Blazing Firestone no longer emitted its original luster. I've tried it. It didn't work. I don't know how these little bastards made such a hard fiery stone look like this. If it was just one piece, it would be fine. But at this time, more than a dozen fiery stones in the fiery tower all had cracks, which had completely affected the concentration of the fire attribute aura in the fiery tower and the effect on the soul master's cultivation. Maybe their lifespan has come to an end. The fiery tower is temporarily closed. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will go together. Huo Bao and another old man looked at old Master Huo with a hint of fear in their eyes. But there's nothing to but. I'm still the boss of this family now. For the Huo family, we have to go. Old Master Huo's unquestionable tone made Huo Bao nod in agreement. At this time, everything that happened in the fiery tower was seen by Yang Fan, who was lurking in the dark. 3 years of investigation gave him a certain understanding of the secret of the fiery stone. The fiery stone needs to drink blood. When he first discovered this secret, he was shocked, and at the same time, he had a guess in his heart. Bloodthirstiness, killing, violence, and fiery heat all merged together, and pointed to a place in his heart. The City of Slaughter. Only the City of Slaughter could satisfy all his guesses. Are there really fiery firestones in the City of Slaughter? He wanted to continue investigating, but the Huo family sealed off the secrets of the fiery tower so tightly that he could not find any loopholes. After returning from the Stardao Great Forest this time, he thought of using the method of calcining with beast fire to see who these fiery firestones were, and then such an unpleasant thing happened. Yang Fan felt guilty. Silly boy. Don't think so much. Listening to the conversation between these 3 people just now, they must be preparing to set off to the source of the fiery firestone tomorrow. Let's follow them tomorrow. Maybe we can help them. Yao Lao could only comfort Yang Fan like this now. But it must be said, although the ending of the calcination with beast fire was not very good, it also made them make progress by accident, right? If nothing unexpected happens, they can follow old Master Huo to find the source of the fiery firestone. Sure enough, the next day, Yang Fan followed along and followed old Master Huo and the others to an unknown forest. Passing through a messy bush, old Master Huo stood in front of a rock wall that was 90 degrees vertical. He slapped his palm outwards, and the rock shattered, revealing a dark cave entrance. The entrance was not big, and was slanted downward at an angle of nearly 45 degrees. After Yang Fan entered, he found that it was not as narrow as it looked from the outside, and he even felt a noticeable burning heat. You know, this is very abnormal. During the time when Yang Fan lived in the Soul Beast Forest, he lived in many caves. Some were built by animals, and some were natural. But no matter which kind of cave it was, the first feeling after entering should be damp and cold. However, it was precisely because of this abnormal phenomenon that Yang Fan became more excited. The cave was very long and extended all the way downward. As he walked deeper and deeper, Yang Fan clearly felt that the hot breath became stronger and the space in the cave became larger and larger. Before, there were only 2 people walking side by side, but now the width of the cave is 4 or 5 meters, and the height has exceeded 10 meters. About 2 hours later, the 3 people in front of Old Master Huo stopped in a pool of water. No, that's not a pool of water. To be precise, it should be thick magma, and the hot breath in the cave comes from these magmas, and even in these magmas, one can feel a strong and disgusting smell of blood. Old Master Huo's face rarely showed solemnity. The ancestor of the Huo family discovered this cave 200 years ago and found the blazing firestone suitable for fire attribute soul masters to practice in the cave. It was from that time that the blazing firestone became the cornerstone of the Huo family and made the Blazing Fire Academy founded by the Huo family famous in the Douluo Continent. But although the ancestors of the Huo family passed down the secret of the blazing firestone from generation to generation, they repeatedly told them not to set foot in this cave. It was because the price paid by the ancestor of the Huo family after getting the blazing firestone was his own 2 arms. Old Master Huo had no choice but to violate the warnings of his ancestors. Because the blazing firestone is too important to the Huo family. Once the blazing firestone is lost to assist in cultivation, the future of the Huo family and the future of the Blazing Fire Academy may be affected. According to the secrets passed down by the ancestors of the Huo family and the maps drawn, the blazing firestone is under these hot magma. As soon as Old Master Huo took a step forward, Huo had already blocked him in front. "Grandpa, I'll do it." The fact that the ancestors of the Huo family brought the blazing firestone back to the family at the cost of their arms had already shown the danger below. "Stinky boy, it's not your turn to make the decision here. After all, Old Master Huo is an 84th level soul Douluo. If he goes down, he may have a chance to escape unscathed, but as a soul saint, Huo may not be able to return. You are now the patriarch of the Huo family, and the future of the Huo family is now in your hands." Old Master Huo rarely showed his toughness in his life, but at this moment, he showed an attitude that Huo could not refuse. He had thought about it before coming. He was responsible for going down to find the blazing firestone. If he could not escape unscathed, then Huo would take these stones back to the family and let the blazing firestone assist the Huo family for another 100 years. At this time, Mr. Huo took out a snow white pill. He laughed happily. This pill was made by Yang Fan. At the beginning, Yang Fan insisted on giving him a pill, and he chose an ice attributed pill that he thought was the most useless as a souvenir. Unexpectedly, this pill that he thought was the most useless to him actually came in handy. "Fanboy, I hope that this pill of yours can help Grandpa return safely." Mr. Huo smiled again as he looked at the pill in his palm and slowly swallowed the pill with a smile. This old man is not stupid. Yao Lao's voice rose in Yang Fan's heart. If this old man just jumped down like this, even if he could come back, he would not be much better. But after taking the ice pill, it was completely different. Yang Fan thought so too. And when he saw Mr. Huo taking the ice pill, his heart was stirred. After all, it was a 5th grade pill. And that ice pill was also the witness of his becoming a 5th grade alchemist. At that time, he had just successfully refined a 5th grade elixir, and on a whim, he planned to give Old Master Huo a pill. Who knew that the old man was not polite? Although he felt a pain in his flesh at that time, he felt very relieved after seeing Old Master Huo take the 5th grade elixir. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Old Master Huo had already crawled out of the magma. "Grandpa, how are you?" Old Master Huo laughed. He laughed very happily. "Go back." At this moment, he was extremely happy in his heart. Not only because he got the blazing firestone he wanted under the magma, but also because he was excited about the ice and snow pill given by Yang Fan. It's true. He has always believed in the belief that alchemy can change soul masters. Today, he finally realized the power of elixirs. Old Master Huo left the cave happily, and Yang Fan walked out quietly in the dark on the other side of the cave. "Master, let's go down." At this time, a pill exactly the same as the one that Old Master Huo had just taken appeared in Yang Fan's palm. "Ice and snow pill." Yao Lao said, "Never have too many pills. because you don't know when they will come in handy. Just like now. With old Master Huo, the swift scout, leading the way, Yang Fan had nothing to worry about at this time. Yang Fan swallowed the pill and then jumped into the boiling magma. His strength may still be a certain distance compared to old Master Huo, but in terms of soul power and physical strength, then Yang Fan could only smile and say sorry. Going deep into the magma, the feeling of being blinded by the hot breath under the yin-yang eye of ice and fire appeared again. However, there was no violence under the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, and he was no longer the young boy 3 years ago. From above, this place looked like a magma pond, but after diving, it was indeed a different world. About 5 minutes later, Yang Fan saw the legendary blazing firestone. These blazing firestones were all embedded in the rock wall full of magma. There are still fresh marks left by old Master Huo on the rock wall. Different from the blazing firestone in the blazing fire tower, the flame here is too violent, so violent that Yang Fan feels that his mentality is affected. You know, the fire attribute in the blazing fire tower can't have any effect on his emotions. Yang Fan looked at the blazing firestone on the rock wall. At this moment, he finally understood how the blazing firestone was formed. It was these magmas with rich fire attributes that formed extremely hard stones after years, even hundreds of years, and tens of thousands of years of precipitation. Master, did you notice anything? Yang Fan's soul power is now strong enough to communicate with Yao Lao. However, this soul power that makes him proud can only allow him to discover the blazing firestone below. Go forward. Although Yao Lao can't explain the situation below clearly for the time being, it can't be like the blazing fire tower. Following Yao Lao's guidance, Yang Fan went forward all the way. However, at this moment, a powerful hot vortex swept around. The energy generated by the huge vortex was so terrifying that Yang Fan couldn't even keep his balance in this sudden vortex. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Fan felt that he was instantly knocked dozens of meters away by a powerful thrust. He was stunned. Not only was his head dizzy, but even after he stood up, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Although the fire attribute here has weakened a lot, the killing and blood surrounding him are indeed something he has never encountered before. The violent atmosphere made his brows furrowed, and his stomach was churning. Yang Fan thought that he had trained a steel-like will in the fighting spirit arena, but he still overestimated himself. The city of slaughter? Yang Fan tried to release his soul skills. He failed. He was now very sure that he had come to the city of slaughter, and he had come to the inside of the city of slaughter in a daze. Just as he had guessed before, the blazing firestone was indeed closely related to the city of slaughter. Master, is there anything we need here? Yang Fan waited for a while and finally received the answer from Yao Lao. Not simple. I didn't expect there is such a strange place under Douluo Continent. Killing, darkness, blood. This world they suddenly broke into is like hell. Master, is there anything we want here? Yang Fan asked again. It's hard to say. This place is too weird. My soul power seems to be severely suppressed here. Yang Fan also noticed this later. He thought this might be the reason why the Sure God position caused the entire killing city. Since we are here, we should make the best of it. If we don't look for it, how can we know if there is anything we want? Yang Fan meant it. 6 years of experience made him understand the truth. That is, good things are often buried deep underground. This is the killing city after all. It is where the Sure God position exists, and where the killing God domain is obtained. To put it another way, he has now come to the killing city in a daze, and it is not so easy, even if he wants to get out. The original book mentioned that, if you want to get out of the killing city, you must obtain the title of killing god, and if you want to obtain the title of killing god, you must win 100 games in a row in the killing city. At this moment, a cold killing intent suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Fan turned around instantly, and the flames rising from his palm instantly turned the attacker into ashes. It is true that soul skills cannot be used in the slaughter city, but there is no suppression of fighting spirit, fighting skills, and beast fire here. This is not a weakening for Yang Fan, who mainly practices fighting spirit, but a disguised strengthening. He picked up the number plate of the attacker just now, which clearly had the number 2233 written on it. Yang Fan knew that he would have to change his identity in the Slaughter City next. Chapter 122. Someone is cheating. Yang Fan spent a day in the entire Killing City. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart about this place, left by the Azura god. It was so amazing. There was not even any place for him to go out in the entire Killing City. He himself wondered how he came to this place full of killing. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Yang Fan didn't know how many times he repeated this sentence to himself in his heart. How about getting a killing god domain first? Exclamation mark. Yang Fan didn't have any other way now. If he wanted to get out, he could only rely on the 100 battles to become a god. Then let the king of killing open the hell road for him. After Yang Fan came to the Killing City, he made a detailed analysis. The blazing firestone was most likely the magma on the Hell Road that solidified after thousands or even tens of thousands of years. If that was the case, then the source of the blazing firestone was under the Hell Road. In any case, the killing god domain and the 10-headed Liang Fan were not bad things for him. The idea was made up. Yang Fan walked into the killing field resolutely with the number plate engraved with 2233. The killing ground is the most important and busiest place in the entire Killing City. If you can successfully win a game here, you can enjoy life for a while. Otherwise you have to donate blood to survive here. Of course. The reason why Yang Fan came here is not to seek a stable life here, but to let the king of killing open the road to hell for him as soon as possible. Stop. Are you new here? You must contribute a glass of Bloody Mary if you want to enter the killing ground. Seeing Yang Fan being stopped outside by two strong men in the killing ground, the faces of others showed ugly hideousness. Yang Fan looked at the people in front of him who laughed at him. Pale thin skeletons. Each of them held a glass of human blood with a strong smell of blood in their hands. This is the Bloody Mary in the mouth of the people, and it is also the ticket to the killing ground. It is the only currency in the Killing City. Whether watching the game in the killing ground or living here, you need to contribute your blood. Because of this, the entire underground space is filled with an unpleasant smell of blood and hostility. I want to sign up for the competition in the killing field. Yang Fan knew the rules. Anyone who chooses to sign up for the competition in the Killing City does not need to contribute his blood. Not only that, if you win, you don't need to contribute your blood, and you can even enjoy a long life in the Killing City. You want to sign up? After hearing this, the strong man outside the door couldn't help but look at Yang Fan twice, and even the people around him didn't laugh at Yang Fan just now. In the Killing City, those who dare to stand on the killing field are real warriors. Although the ridicule of Yang Fan has disappeared, many people look at Yang Fan again, as if they are looking at a dead person. Sign up. Yang Fan's answer is decisive. Not only does he not have the fear of facing death that other applicants have, but he even has an inexplicable sense of ease in his heart. He is confident. There is a square tripod at the entrance of the killing field. It is no longer clear what the original color of the tripod was, but now it has been stained red with blood. Not only that, every spectator who enters the killing field needs to pour the Bloody Mary in his hand into the tripod. That is more than one person tall. Yang Fan used his soul power to observe that all the blood flowed into the underground of the killing field with the tripod as the entrance. The original book said that the entrance to the road to hell was right below the killing field. This also coincides with the direction of the blood flowing in. Today, we have 10 more warriors to participate in the competition in the killing field. The rules of the killing field are very simple. Are live, they die. Each time there are 10 people participating in the killing field, and only one person can walk down. This is the simplest and most cruel rule of the killing field. This is the first time that Yang Fan has participated in the battle of the killing field. With his first appearance, his 9 opponents have also entered the killing field one after another. At this time, the stands in the killing field have begun to cheer. Yang Fan carefully observed his 9 opponents. 6 of them had obvious fear of death on their faces. Obviously, these 6 people were forced into a desperate situation by the rules of the killing city, and their blood was almost drained. The only thing they can do is to win a glimmer of life through the killing field. The other 3 were obviously frequent visitors to the killing ground. Yang Fan guessed that the reason they appeared on the ring of the killing ground again was to renew their life of superiority that was about to expire. Hey, newcomer. Let's join forces to kill them. Although the 6 pale soul masters were almost drained of blood, it did not affect their intelligence. They all knew very well, if these 3 strong soul masters were alive, they would not have any chance to leave the killing ground. Yang Fan nodded. It should be difficult for him to disagree with such a proposal. However, he did not intend to trust the other 6 temporary teammates around him. The rules of the killing ground are very simple. 9 deaths and 1 life. No matter how united they are now, as long as they are still alive in the killing ground, they are destined to be birthday enemies. Kill them. The 3 strong soul masters seemed very happy with this sudden alliance. 7-3. A bloody chaos suddenly turned into a group battle. The battle began. Both sides released their martial spirits almost at the same time. Instantly, blood and screams were heard in the killing field. The 6 soul masters who participated in the killing field for the first time had a clear idea to recruit Yang Fan to form a team, but they overestimated their own strength. In the blink of an eye, 6 skinny noobers in the killing field were killed instantly. Yang Fan regretted it. He joined the wrong team and chose a few pigs as teammates. Just when Yang Fan thought that he was the target of the 3 soul masters' collective attack, a surprising scene happened. The 3 who had just formed an alliance suddenly started to backstab. In an instant, there was only 1 soul master left in the killing field. It was unbearable. Yang Fan simply couldn't bear it. This guy didn't treat him as a human being at all. While Yang Fan was still unhappy, a huge axe chopped down at his head. With a clang, the Xuantian ruler in Yang Fan's hand blocked this fierce attack. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Soul Douluo. Although the mysterious place of the killing city cannot release soul skills, it can use martial souls and soul power. Just 1 hit. Yang Fan guessed the strength of his opponent from the strength. No wonder he was able to kill the other 2 opponents with 1 blow. It can only be said that the other 2 guys died without injustice. Boy, not bad. The burly man looked calm on the surface, but his heart was actually surging. He originally thought that the 2 people who posed the greatest threat to him had been killed. But he was wrong. The most threatening enemy in the killing field had not made a move from beginning to end. That's right, it was Yang Fan. Boy, let me see how capable you are. Before he finished speaking, the burly man suddenly attacked Yang Fan. Although the burly man's strength had the upper hand on the scene, he did not dare to let his guard down in the life and death battle in the killing field. If you can sneak attack, then sneak attack. If it was a newbie with no combat experience, this sneak attack would obviously succeed. But the man in front of him was called Yang Fan. At the same time, that contract suddenly launched a sneak attack. Yang Fan had already placed the Xuantian ruler in front of him. Contra held the giant axe and chopped it down again. However, this time Yang Fan did not choose to block like he did before. Just when the giant axe was about to fall on his head, the Xuantian ruler swept across like lightning. The flames like waves hit the chest of the burly man one after another. Boom. Under the terrifying burning of the top beast fire, cracks appeared on the chest of the burly man one after another. Life also passed away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The soul Douluo who fell in front of him never figured out why Yang Fan could use skills until his death. It stands to reason that the end of the killing would definitely cause cheers from the audience, but at this time it was dead silent. What is this? Why can he release soul skills? Soul skills cannot be released in the killing city. Why can he? Everyone present was not calm. This is equivalent to a guy holding an axe suddenly crossing over in an era of cold weapons. How to play? Just when everyone was surprised, Yang Fan had quietly walked down the killing field. Although he won, but he didn't like this feeling. Although he was not a good person, he never thought of turning himself into a ruthless killing machine. However, because he became the only winner of the entire killing field, he could enjoy the scenery in the inner city of the killing city for a while. There is food and drink here. The killing city even provides him with a separate room. This is a good thing for Yang Fan. The killing city is a wonderful place. There is no alternation of day and night here. Even if there is, no one dares to lie on the bed and sleep peacefully. Just like Yang Fan now. Master, did you feel it today? Yang Fan lay on the bed. The strong blood and hostility outside even made it impossible for him to enter the state of cultivation peacefully. Drink this first. Yao Lao put a cup of green liquid in front of Yang Fan. When the breath of the green liquid rushed into his nose, Yang Fan felt a coolness in his brain. Wake up. Lest you go crazy in this place and become a walking corpse controlled by killing. Yang Fan picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "Thank you, master." Yao Lao's idea coincided with his. Neither the master nor the apprentice wanted to be affected by the hostility of the killing city. Mind and thinking ability. Yang Fan drank it all in one gulp instantly. A cool feeling spread throughout his body, and Yang Fan's faint irritability was swept away with the flow of the cool liquid. Crystal Borneal, 100-year-old ginseng. Yang Fan pursed his lips, and he had already tasted Yao Lao's prescription from the taste. "Master, did you notice anything unusual in the killing field?" Yao Lao let out a long sigh. "I noticed it." "Then tell me quickly." Yang Fan sat up straight, and his heart began to become impatient. "No abnormality." "No abnormality?" Yao Lao smiled and said, "Silly boy, don't you understand?" Yang Fan suddenly understood. Yes. The biggest abnormality is that there is no abnormality. He knew that the blood flowed into the ground of the killing field, which naturally could not be hidden from Yao Lao's old eyes. However, under this strange premise, Yao Lao could not detect any abnormality. Could it be that he really had to win 100 games here before he could successfully open the road to hell? He was not worried about the life and death battle in the killing field. He had fighting skills. What was he afraid of? At worst, you can log into Yao Lao's account remotely to fight. On the other side, a huge room of several hundred square meters. Everything in the room is decorated with scarlet as the main color. A guy with a ferocious face is sitting in the room. He is neither a human nor a ghost. It gives people a sense of horror and disgust. However, for the respectful subordinates in the room, it has long been a common thing. What? Is this true? The only person sitting in the room is the King of Slaughter, the master of the entire Slaughter City. Here he is the real emperor. However, something beyond his control happened in the Slaughter City today. Someone used a soul skill in the killing field. Absolutely true. Everyone in the killing field today has seen it. Not only that, the entire Slaughter City is now spreading this matter. The King of Slaughter's scarlet eyes suddenly widened. This matter is obviously beyond his control. For the first time, the underground emperor of the Slaughter City felt that his majesty was being challenged. Investigate. See who this kid is. The King of Slaughter did not immediately take action against Yang Fan, just because he could release soul skills. Although he was the underground emperor of the Slaughter City, he was only an underground emperor. There were also people he was afraid of on the Douluo Continent. The Spirit Hall. If this kid who could release soul skills was sent by the Spirit Hall, the King of Slaughter was also afraid that he would get into trouble. If it was really a soul master sent by the Spirit Hall, then he knew what these hateful guys wanted to do without thinking. The domain of the god of killing. This was something the King of Slaughter did not want to see. The Slaughter City had been established for 1,000 years, and a total of 8 gods of killing had appeared during this period. And every time a god of killing appeared, the entire Slaughter City would be turbulent and cause certain losses. Not only that, what he wanted to know more was why Yang Fan could use soul skills in the killing field. 1,000 years ago, a soul master broke through the 100th level and left behind a domain. It is now the Slaughter City. It was from that time that this place became a paradise of sin. It was also from that time that this domain could no longer use soul skills. However, today this rule created by God was broken. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 The First Strange Fire in Life. Yang Fan originally thought that he would leave the Slaughter City soon. But he didn't expect that he would stay here for a whole year. Of course, he didn't waste his time in this year. The record of 99 wins and 0 losses allowed him to accumulate rich combat experience in the Slaughter City. In the constant tempering, he has successfully broken through the bottleneck of the Soul Emperor. Not only that, at this time, he has become a 6-star master. This day is his 13th birthday. It is also the time when Yang Fan plans to achieve the title of 100 battles killing god in the Slaughter City. Yang Fan drank the green brain awakening liquid in the cup, and then walked out of the small room where he lived in the slaughter city for a year. Fortunately, Yao Lao was by his side this year, which allowed him to keep his brain alert all the time. Don't forget your original intention. Otherwise, he might become a cold-blooded monster who beats security guards at will after he goes out. Yang Fan walked on the road leading to the killing field. Anyone who saw him consciously gave way, and some even fled in panic. Of course, there is no shortage of fanatical followers who followed him and cheered wildly. This year, Yang Fan has established his own prestige in the entire killing city. All the fallen here know that Yang Fan has won 99 games. He is only one step away from the title of Killing God. Of course, Yang Fan's most famous and mysterious thing is that he can use soul skills that others cannot release. This makes Yang Fan like the darling of the entire killing city. Everyone shouted at the sky that it was unfair and could only accept the reality with their heads down. The fallen who came here all knew that the mechanism of the killing city was far beyond human control. Killing God. Killing God. Killing God. Yang Fan had just entered the killing field, and if he had seen the cheers like a tsunami, he would have been filled with cheers. Today's killing field is full. Every fallen who came here is here to witness Yang Fan's victory, and even more to witness the birth of the killing god. Yang Fan walked slowly onto the killing field as usual, with a relaxed look. The record of 99 wins has not only accumulated him a wealth of combat experience, but also the confidence to be invincible. Yes, he is invincible here, because he can use fighting skills. At this time, his 9 opponents came on stage from 9 different directions. Although they were rivals here, the 9 people were looking at the same place surprisingly. Yang Fan. It was obvious that they had joined forces. This decision was undoubtedly the most correct. The rule of the killing field, where one must die 9 times out of 10, has been deeply engraved in the hearts of every fallen person. If you want to walk out of the killing field alive, you must first solve the biggest threat on the field. At this time, Yang Fan's eyes fell on the most burly of the 9 people. Elephant Armor Sect Soul Master? Exclamation mark. From the appearance and body shape of the middle-aged man, Yang Fan really recognized the burly man standing opposite him. It was Hu Yandang, the second in command of the Elephant Armor Sect. Ever since Hu Yansan was killed instantly by Yao Lao in the grove of Douluo City 4 years ago, the Elephant Armor Sect has actually begun to fall into decline. At first, everyone thought that Hu Yansan was too ashamed to see people after losing to Yang Wudi. But as he disappeared for a longer time, Douluo Continent gradually knew that Hu Yansan was actually dead. It was also because of Hu Yansan's death that the entire Xiangjia sect began to decline. When Hu Yansan was alive, in order to please the Spirit Hall, he could be said to have secretly targeted many sects like the Puyi clan. After Hu Yansan died, these sects naturally began to openly and secretly target the Xiangjia sect. It is said that 2 years ago, Hu Yandang was being hunted down, and it was unexpected that the old guy actually ran to the killing city. Perhaps this is fate. Let Yang Fan personally end the only flame of the Xiangjia sect at the most critical moment. The battle begins. Just as Yang Fan guessed, 9 opponents rushed up and attacked him. Boom. Yang Fan's fighting spirit surged instantly, and 2 flames, one cold and one hot, rose in his palm. A raging fire more than a foot long rose up. Yang Fan began to quickly merge the ice and fire dragon flames in his hands at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 2 flames with completely different properties formed a 2-color fire lotus. Since he completed the swallowing of ice dragon flame by fire dragon flame, the Buddha's wrath lotus can be said to be as easy as using his arm. However, this is the first time he has used the Buddha's wrath lotus in the slaughter city. There is no way. Facing the siege of 9 people, this quasi-killing god had to be vigilant, and it was also because he couldn't wait to pass the hell road. Boom! Buddha's wrath lotus exploded in the entire killing field, like a 2-color firework that wanted to send him off. However, under this colorful and gorgeous scene, the earth was shaking violently. His opponent's chest exploded. In an instant, 8 out of 9 opponents on the field were gone. The only one left was Hu Yandang, the second in command of the Elephant Armor Sect. The defense of the Diamond Mammoth Soul Master is indeed strong, but at this time Hu Yandang is already shaky under the baptism of the Buddha's wrath lotus. Life is passing away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even so, Yang Fan did not give Hu Yandang any chance to struggle to death. His body was like a cheetah, and the soul-breaking spear in his hand pierced into Hu Yandang's chest between the flashes of fire. "You, who are you?" Perhaps other fallen ones could not recognize the mutated soul-breaking spear, but the Elephant Armor sect, which had always been against the Puyi clan, was too familiar with it. This fierce attack power Yang Fan pulled out the soul-breaking spear from Hu Yandang's chest. For him, it was perfect to use the soul-breaking spear to end the fate of the Elephant Armor sect. At the same time, this shot also ended Yang Fan's bloody life in the Slaughter City for a year. Killing God. Killing God. Killing God. Yang Fan lived up to everyone's expectations and became the only winner on the field, and also let all the fallen present witness the birth of the Killing God. It was at this time that the sky above the Slaughter City suddenly became distorted, and a man slowly fell under a scarlet vortex. More precisely, it was a monster. This guy was wearing a blood-colored robe, and his whole body was wrapped in a huge scarlet cloak with a stand-up collar. His face was as pale as those fallen ones who were about to be drained of blood, and his different blood-red eyes were particularly bright. When he walked over, he could feel the blood-colored mist surrounding his body. King of Slaughter. King of Slaughter. The fallen who witnessed the birth of the god of slaughter in the killing field had already begun to shout the name of the King of Slaughter. Are you willing to start the road to hell and become the 9th god of slaughter in the 1000 years of the city of slaughter? The voice of the King of Slaughter was extremely sharp. It was this sharp voice that made the cheers on the scene stop abruptly, and the entire killing field was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It seemed that everyone was waiting for Yang Fan's answer. Of course, this was the first time Yang Fan saw the King of Slaughter, so he didn't have any special impression of this person. Even the strong smell of blood on the King of Slaughter made him unable to associate it with Tang Chen at all. He couldn't feel a trace of normal human breath, and even wondered why the King of Slaughter would take the initiative to ask to open the road to hell for him. Shouldn't it be persuasion to stop? Yang Fan was surprised, and the fallen who served the King of Slaughter all day were even more surprised, because they found that the respected King of Slaughter seemed to have become a different person after Yang Fan came to the city of slaughter. The next second, the King of Slaughter spread out his huge blood-red wings, and the blood-red mist surrounding his body began to surge. At this moment, Yang Fan clearly felt that the killing aura around him became particularly strong. It was the kind of intensity he had never experienced before. At the same time, the fallen in the killing field began to wail, and even exploded one after another under Yang Fan's gaze. The splashing blood flowed into the huge treasure tripod of the killing field under the control of the King of Slaughter. This is the correct way to open the Hell Road. At this time, the Hell Road passage in the center of the killing field was completely opened, and those fallen who came to witness the birth of the God of Slaughter also became the victims of opening the Hell Road. You can make a choice. At this time, Yang Fan had two ways to go. One is that he can enjoy the life of a superior person here forever with the title of God of Slaughter. The second way is to pass the Hell Road. For Yang Fan, hesitating for one more second is disrespect to the God of Slaughter's domain, the 10-headed Lai Yang Fan, and the bottom of the Hell Road. He resolutely jumped into the entrance of the Hell Road. Just at the moment he entered the Hell Road, the entire killing field returned to its previous appearance. Is this the Hell Road? You can't help but say it. Yang Fan's first impression was that it was an apt description. A small path that can only accommodate one person extends downward, as if it is the end of the gate of hell. Yang Fan's first feeling after coming down was not only the bloody and murderous smell that was more pungent than above, but also a very obvious fire attribute smell. Although a year has passed, he still remembers this special fire attribute smell very well. Blazing firestone. The two can be said to have the same origin. And as the Hell Road continues to extend downward, this fire attribute with a murderous smell becomes particularly strong. Stop. Yao Lao spoke and Yang Fan's steps stopped abruptly. Master, what's wrong? Yang Fan's heart suddenly tightened, but Yao Lao's relaxed expression made his tense nerves relax. There is something down there. Yao Lao suddenly laughed. With his experience walking on the Douluo Continent, he didn't even believe that there was no fire in the environment he was in now. Master, is there really something down there? Although Yang Fan has been fantasizing about this for more than a year, when this expectation really becomes a reality, his heart was already beating violently. Silly boy. If Master is right, there is probably a strange fire underneath. Yao Lao used his soul power to check. All the places he could feel were filled with magma and slaughter, and even the surrounding environment had changed. Even the top beast fire in the world does not have such a powerful energy. So there is only one possibility: strange fire. Yang Fan could no longer suppress his excitement. Is there really a strange fire in Douluo Continent? Exclamation mark. He had asked himself this question more than once before, but today the answer has become certain. Think about it. The yin yang eyes of ice and fire are two balls of top beast fire, so it is reasonable for the place where the throne is inherited to have a strange fire. Master, then shall we go down now? Yang Fan is no longer the young boy who knew nothing before. If you want to devour the flame, the first thing you need to do is to find the flame and get close to the flame. To complete this step, you must dive down. Wait a minute. At this time, Yao Lao took out a green and white pill from the ring. When this pill appeared, the strong smell of killing and blood around was forced back. A piece of pure land appeared within a range of 10 meters. Eat it. This is the 6th grade pill that Yao Lao refined for Yang Fan half a year ago. The main medicinal material of this pill is the immortal herb Xuantian Gong, and its function is to wake up the brain and improve eyesight. Master is still thoughtful. Yang Fan could clearly feel that the killing breath under the Hell Road was much heavier than that of the killing city. If there is no pill to escort him, with his current soul power, he is likely to lose himself on the way down. Just like Tang San, the peak Douluo of level 99 has become a puppet of the killing city. Yang Fan knew that if he wanted to get the flames below, he had to jump into the magma. But he was not blind. Yang Fan first ate the 6th grade pill Xuantian refined by Yao Lao. In an instant, the cool feeling exploded in Yang Fan's mouth, violently stimulating his senses. Yang Fan's mind was blank, and he even began to float in place. If this pill is taken outside, it will not be so strong. But this is the city of killing. It feels like living in a moldy room for several years, and then one day suddenly come to the sunshine with breeze. Yang Fan can only describe it in one word: cool. At this moment, he felt that all the killing and hostility in his body were completely baptized by Wang Chu and Yu Xiaogang. Then Yang Fan summoned the ice dragon flame in his body to surround himself. Although the ice dragon flame is a flame, it is extremely cold ice and fire, which has a good defensive effect on the hot magma under the Hell Road. Then Yang Fan used the soul power in his palm to inject it into the magma. Smelly boy, when did you become so cautious? Yang Fan shrugged. There is no way. Facing an unfamiliar and dangerous environment, he was also afraid that he would be melted into a pool of blood after jumping down. After he had a general understanding of the environment below, he began to jump into the magma with soul power and fighting spirit. Hot. Although Yang Fan had been prepared for the magma below, he still felt as if a layer of his skin had been burned off after he jumped down. However, Yang Fan didn't care about these things at the moment. Strange fire. Strange fire. Strange fire. He only had one belief in his heart: no matter how difficult it was, he had to devour the strange fire below the Hell Road. This was his first chance to evolve the burning art in 3 years. He had to seize it. Be careful. There's something ahead. Yang Fan, who had been prepared for a long time, did not show excessive panic and vigilance after hearing Yao Lao's reminder. He knew the Hell Road very well. Is there something? If he guessed correctly, it must be the 10-headed fiery sun snake living in the magma. Chapter 124 waits for Chapter 123 for half a year before Hellfire. As expected, less than 2 seconds after Yao Lao started to remind him, Yang Fan saw 2 spots of light moving rapidly in his direction. The next second, a giant snake that was more than 10 meters long dragged its body into Yang Fan's field of vision. The snake had 9 bulges on its head and back, and each bulge looked like a blood tumor. Looking closely, it seemed that there was still blood flowing inside. Wow, this snake is not simple. I didn't expect to see such an ancient species in such a small place like Douluo Continent. Even the knowledgeable Yao Lao couldn't help but exclaim at this time. The strength of this snake might not be a big deal to him. However, he had never seen this species in his decades of life in Douluo Continent. The reason why this giant snake was said to be an ancient species was because he had seen an explanation of similar ancient species in a book in his early years. 10-headed fiery sun snake. Yang Fan's guess was not wrong at all. On his way to dive, the 10-headed fiery sun snake seemed to be the first obstacle. Kill it. Yang Fan did not show any surprise after seeing the giant snake again. Even if the snake did not come to him, he would find ways to make the beast show up on the hell road. Not for anything else. It was because of the 10-headed fiery sun pill in the giant snake's body. With the soul-breaking spear in hand, Yang Fan used his soul power to thrust a lightning stab at the head of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. The 10-headed fiery sun snake did not seem to intend to dodge. It lowered its head. It used its hard skull to take Yang Fan's attack. Ding. Even in the magma under the hell road, Yang Fan still felt a sharp collision sound that seemed to pierce the eardrum. Magma has a bonus to this beast! Exclamation mark. This thought flashed through Yang Fan's mind. Think about it. Tang San is just a small 5-ring soul king, but he can actually kill the 10-headed fiery sun snake. His attack did not pierce the head of this ancient creature. Use your ice dragon flame. The previous attack made Yao Lao also see the difference of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. As Yao Lao gave his instructions, the ice dragon flame in Yang Fan's palm was like a long piece of silk that tightly bound the 10-headed fiery sun snake. Break. Yang Fan's palm turned into a fist and clenched it hard. The 10-headed fiery sun snake let out a scream like a baby, and the ancient creature lost its life in the blink of an eye. The 10-headed fiery sun snake is indeed an ancient alien species, but its cultivation is still too low. The city of slaughter has only existed for 1,000 years. Although the 10-headed fiery sun snake is dead, Yang Fan does not intend to let this beast go. The soul-breaking spear in his hand stabbed the abdomen of the 10-headed fiery sun snake fiercely, and then picked it up hard. A fiery red giant snake in a pill has appeared in Yang Fan's hand. Not bad, not bad. Yao Lao looked at Yang Fan's skillful movements, and a satisfied smile appeared on his old face. He can now say, Yang Fan, this stinky boy, has become a master. After Yang Fan put away the pill, he continued to dive. There is no need to rush to refine the pill with this snake pill. Yao Lao will definitely give him an answer. After killing the 10-headed scorching sun snake, Yang Fan's dive seemed to become unusually smooth. He never encountered any obstacles again. In this way, Yang Fan used almost half a day to reach the bottom of the hell road. The scene in front of him shocked Yang Fan. Let's just say that, if it was old Master Huo who came here, he would probably be so happy that he went crazy. The blazing firestones piled up here like huge corals, hundreds of meters high, and the short ones were as much as 20 to 30 meters. This spectacle built with blood accumulated for thousands of years made Yang Fan feel only shock. Master, what is that? At this moment, Yang Fan saw a dazzling flame under the coral group, composed of blazing firestones. This flame is very special. In the entire coral group, it is like a daffodil orchid that has fully bloomed. Yes, this is the strange fire. At this time, Yao Lao's voice began to tremble slightly. Strange fire. There is really strange fire in this world. This not only means that Yang Fan can improve the level of the burning up by swallowing strange fire, but also means that he has the possibility of reshaping his body. Even though this possibility still seems slim now. Master, how should I absorb this strange fire now? At this moment, Yang Fan was completely a rookie in front of the strange fire. He had no experience with strange fire. Even before today, he did not believe that there really was strange fire on the Douluo Continent. Although there was at least a few hundred meters away from this strange fire, Yang Fan could already feel the heat of this flame. Don't rush it. Yao Lao looked solemn. He looked at the strange fire that was still a few hundred meters away from the master and apprentice, and hesitated to speak. Which one is stronger, the hellfire or your bone spirit cold fire? Hellfire? It's the one that I haven't swallowed yet. Yang Fan successfully answered Yao Lao's doubts. Isn't the strange fire under the hell road the hellfire? Exclamation mark. Well, although he hasn't successfully swallowed this strange fire yet, Yang Fan has already named his first strange fire in advance. It's called hellfire. It's still a little worse than the bone spirit cold fire. There are also different levels of strange fire. If the hellfire is really to be ranked, Yao Lao estimated that it would be at the bottom of the list of strange fires. Even so, this group of flames under the Slaughter City has reached the level of strange fire. Take out the inner pill of the Ice Dragon King. After thinking it over again and again, he had never been willing to refine the 2 dragon pills obtained under the yin-yang eye of ice and fire into pills. But today, the inner pill of the Ice Dragon King came in handy. Yang Fan immediately understood. The Ice Dragon Flame can well resist the heat of the Hell Road, and the Ice Dragon Pill naturally becomes an elixir that devours the strange fire. Yang Fan swallowed the 2 Ice Dragon Pills before Yao Lao even finished speaking. In an instant, Yang Fan felt that his internal organs had begun to freeze. This is in the current environment. If it were a normal environment, he might have turned into an ice stick now. Stinky boy, be careful. Master is here. In front of the strange fire, even Yao Lao couldn't act rashly. After all, he almost lost his life when he absorbed the bone spirit cold fire. But if Yang Fan wants to become a strong man, he must take this step. Whether it is to become a powerful alchemist or a powerful fighting master, the support of the strange fire is indispensable. Master, don't worry. Yang Fan's face at this moment also became more solemn. He certainly knows the power of the strange fire. It has been 7 years since the awakening of the martial soul. It took him 7 years to find the strange fire, and he is still unable to determine whether this is the only strange fire in Douluo Continent. So he can't retreat. At this time, Yang Fan has come to a distance of less than 5 meters from the hellfire. Although it has not yet begun to devour, Yang Fan has clearly felt the domineering nature of the strange fire itself. Master, I'm ready to start. It would be a lie to say that he is not nervous. But compared to being nervous, Yang Fan is more excited. He not only believes in Yao Lao, but also has an inexplicable confidence in himself. Zhao Huohuo, who has practiced the burning art, can devour the strange fire. Why can't he, who has also practiced the burning art, do the same? With this belief, Yang Fan made up his mind. He walked to the strange fire in almost the blink of an eye, held it with both hands, and swallowed the source of the strange fire into his mouth at a speed faster than lightning. But Yang Fan felt like he was going to die. If the top beast fire was just hot, then the strange fire was exploding. These were 2 completely different species. He could not feel the heat of the source of the strange fire sliding down his throat. In an instant, all the clothes on Yang Fan's body turned to ashes. Every part of him from his heart to his fingers was being roasted by the scorching hellfire. It felt like he was thrown into the alchemy furnace of Taishang Laojian. He felt that his blood vessels seemed to be about to burst, and he didn't even know that the flames had set his hair on fire. At this time, he looked like a fireman. Concentrate. You have now swallowed the strange fire, and there is no turning back. Use the method that the teacher taught you before to start the burning formula. The teacher believes that you can do it. At this time, Yang Fan can only rely on himself. Because of this, Yao Lao did not put too much pressure on Yang Fan. Good boy. As long as you can successfully operate the burning formula, it means that you have succeeded. Yao Lao had experience in swallowing strange fire. It was precisely because of this reason that he understood how much pain Yang Fan was enduring now. Hiss. Yang Fan trembled all over. He finally understood why the strange fire was called the King of Fire. This feeling of being burned by the flames was 100 times or 1,000 times more painful than burning blood to forge the body. He felt that his bones had been shattered by the burning of the strange fire. This was not the most fatal. The powerful killing breath of the hellfire continued to hit his brain. Now he had begun to become confused, with only one thought in his head. He wanted to drink blood. At this time, Yao Lao's voice kept echoing in his ears. For Yang Fan, Yao Lao's encouragement was a tonic that pulled him back from the edge of dementia. Yang Fan was glad that he took the 6th grade Wangchuan Kyushu pill before coming down. Otherwise he might have been lost in the killing like Tang Chen. He endured the pain of his blood vessels about to burst, and changed from kneeling to cross-legged. He felt a ball of 3-flavored true fire spit out of his mouth. From this moment on, the internal skills began to operate in a normal way. Yao Lao was right. When the burning formula began to operate in the body, it meant half of the success. However, this step is extremely difficult for anyone. If there were no 6th grade elixir refined by Yao Lao, if there were no ice dragon pills that he had taken in advance, if there were no Yao Lao's cry from the depths of his soul, if there were no Yang Fan dared to say that, if he did not make full preparations, even if the peak Douluo came, he would not be able to get any advantage. For example, Tang San. As time passed, the speed of the burning art became faster and faster. It is actually simple to say that the burning art devours a strange fire. If the burning art is compared to a whetstone, then the flame is a precious sword that needs to be polished. In this continuous polishing process, the flame will eventually be successfully refined by him. However, if the beast fire and grass fire he absorbed before were precious swords that needed to be sharpened, then the strange fire he swallowed now is equivalent to a HRB 400 threaded steel bar. The feeling of powerlessness instantly filled every nerve of his. He felt that his burning art was like running out of sparks, and he might not be able to successfully refine the strange fire. However, just as Yao Lao said, he has no way out now. Perhaps the best news for him now is that with the operation of the burning art, the damage of the strange fire to his body has been reduced. He began to adapt to the explosion of the hellfire. Unknowingly, Yang Fan entered a state of complete stillness and sleep. Just like a snake that has just entered hibernation. Time boils rain, and the years flow. Yang Fan felt that he had a very long dream, and he came out of a deep sleep, slowly opened his eyes, and felt that his eyelids seemed to be glued together. Yang Fan could feel the crackling of his bones all over his body, just by shaking his body slightly. That feeling made Yang Fan very comfortable, and even gave him a strong feeling of rebirth. What's wrong with me? Yang Fan checked his body immediately. Dowling! Exclamation mark. He was surprised to find that he had become a 3-star Dowling. Turning his palm, a ball of blood-red flames rose in his palm. Strange fire. He really succeeded in swallowing it. This is the first ball of strange fire in his life. It was because he successfully swallowed the hellfire that he turned from a 5-star Daoshi to a 3-star Dowling. He didn't even experience the barrier of breaking through. At this time, Yang Fan felt that there were 3 flames in his body. One big and two small. Master, I succeeded. I really succeeded. Yang Fan's voice could not hide the excitement in it, and he couldn't wait to tell Yao Lao the good news. Ahaha. Yao Lao yawned for a long time, and appeared in front of Yang Fan with the twisting of the air around him. He said lazily, I know. Congratulations, little guy. The burning technique has improved a step now. Yao Lao congratulated Yang Fan, and was also happy for himself, but his excitement seemed to have been completely diluted by time. Yes, burning technique. Yang Fan was too happy. He was so happy that he even forgot to check the changes in the burning technique. Advanced Zuan level? Yang Fan was not very satisfied with this result. He swallowed the strange fire. Could it be that the King of Fire could not make his skills upgrade to the Earth level skills? What? Are you disappointed? The difference between Zuan level and D level techniques is not just a matter of level. There is an insurmountable gap between them. You don't have to be disappointed now. The Hellfire has helped you reach the barrier of the D level techniques. Next, you just need to find a ball of beast fire to turn the burning technique into a D level technique. That's true. Yang Fan now feels that his technique is at the critical point between Zuan level and D level. It seems that it will break with just one poke. Chapter 125. You're not dead yet? Master, how many days have we been down here? Yang Fan felt like he had had a very long dream. Before the dream, he had a particularly strong sense of powerlessness in the face of hellfire, but when he woke up, hellfire had miraculously become his first strange fire. How many days? I think you, silly boy, are really confused by the burning. It has been more than half a year since we came down here. Yang Fan's eyes suddenly opened. Half a year? It took him half a year to absorb the hellfire. Yang Fan suddenly felt disconnected from the world. No wonder his body and the surrounding environment changed so much after he woke up. Half a year, so he has been in the killing city for a year and a half. Master, let's go out. Yang Fan now just wanted to go out and see the outside world. A year and a half. How is the Poe clan? How is his grandfather? And how is the Blazing Fire Academy? After successfully subduing the hellfire, the magma under the hell road can no longer cause him any harm. Not only that, those strange creatures on the hell road seem to have disappeared. I wonder if they are afraid of him. Although he had slept in the hell road for half a year, it took him less than an hour to leave. Cool breeze and sunshine. Yang Fan greedily breathed in the air from nature. He had not enjoyed this long lost coolness and the fragrance of plants for a year and a half. At this moment, Yang Fan suddenly felt a special strangeness in his body. The feeling was indescribable, but it made Yang Fan feel a particularly strong touch in his heart. Killing God domain? Yes. He obtained a domain skill that matched his title of Killing God. Yang Fan's mind moved slightly. A ball of blood-colored light instantly expanded from his body, covering the surrounding 100 meters. Is this the Killing God domain? The original work mentioned that the Killing God domain can increase its own momentum. In the domain, the enemy's strength will be weakened by 10%, and the user can exert 110% of its strength. Of course, this is only the basic ability of the Killing God domain. As the martial soul grows and the strength increases, the buff effect of the Killing God domain will also increase. For example, Yang Fan now. His current Killing God domain can already provide him with 120% of his aura, and can also weaken his opponent by 20%. What a good thing. The amplification effect of the Killing God domain is matched with the amplification of his soul skills and the weakening of the opponent. With the increase of one thing and the decrease of the other, Yang Fan feels that he can now compete with ordinary soul Douluo. Xiandao City. A year and a half has passed, and this city does not seem to have changed much. Because of the elite competition of the Soul Master Academy across the continent, this city has become more lively than before. Every academy is preparing for the grand event held every 5 years, and every Soul Master student is also preparing for this elite competition. However, Blazing Fire Academy has not had a good time during this period, because Yang Fan is missing. After Yang Wudi got the news, he came to Blazing Fire Academy, but left without saying anything. In comparison, Douluo's mood swings are even greater. After learning that Yang Fan is missing, Douluo went directly to Blazing Fire Academy to ask for punishment. Fortunately, Douluo just lost his temper and did not smoke in Blazing Fire Academy. Otherwise, only 3 veteran teams will be able to participate in this Soul Master Academy elite competition. When the competition starts, we just need to play like this, and we will definitely be able to enter the finals of this Soul Master competition. A year and a half has passed. The level of Yu Xiaogang and his sister has reached level 43. This is the best among the students in the Xiandao competition area. Because of this, Yu Xiaogang is confident that their Chihuo Academy has the ability to enter the finals of this Soul Master Academy elite competition. If Yang Fan is still alive, it will be great. Yu Xiaogang nodded silently. Yes, Yang Fan is too abnormal. If it weren't for his disappearance, they probably wouldn't know that the guy actually came from the Puyi clan. If Yang Fan was still alive, it would not be impossible for their Chihuo Academy to compete for the championship. Okay, let's not think too much. If Yang Fan is still alive, he must hope that we can achieve better results in this elite competition. Huo Wu seemed to have not heard it. Her pair of fiery eyes stared straight ahead. Brother, look, is that Yang Fan? Huo Xiaogang was helpless. He had never realized that his silly sister had any intention towards Yang Fan before. Why has she been so crazy since Yang Fan's accident? Huo Xiaogang was just about to comfort his silly sister. However, when he glanced at her from the corner of his eye, he couldn't believe his eyes. Calm down. Yang Fan. You, his silly sister was not wrong. The person walking towards them was Yang Fan. What's wrong with me? Yang Fan pretended to be fine. He had been isolated from the outside world for a year and a half, and he had too many things to understand. After thinking about it, it was best to start from the Blazing Academy. Fuck. Brother, you're not dead. The return of the missing people made Huo Xiaogang even more excited. Huo Wu, who was standing next to him, even walked up and punched Yang Fan in the chest. There was a touch. She was not dreaming. Hey, where have you been for such a long time? It is certainly a happy thing for a person who has been dead here to return. However, this joy is also mixed with anger. Yang Fan disappeared for half a year without saying a word, and then returned quietly, as if nothing had happened. Even if there was something, he would not leave without saying goodbye. It is obvious that he did not regard them as friends. Before, I was short of herbs for refining medicine, so I went to the Soul Beast forest to pick them. Unexpectedly I fell directly into a deep cave. Such an explanation obviously could not convince Yu Xiaogang and his sister. Don't say it, if you don't want to. Huo Wu frowned. She treated Yang Fan as a brother, but Yang Fan seemed to be treating her as an idiot. I'm serious. He really didn't lie about this matter. Entering the killing city was really a confusing thing for him. Let me ask you something. During the time I was away from Blazing Academy, has anyone come to the academy to find me? Yang Fan asked. Your grandpa has been here. Yang Fan touched his nose. It was not difficult to see from the attitude of the Huo family brothers and sisters that they already knew his identity as a member of the Poe clan. My grandpa didn't make a fuss, did he? This was what Yang Fan was most worried about. Although he spent most of his time in Xiandao City and even didn't go back once in so many years. But he and his grandpa Yang Wudi have never been disconnected, and the correspondence every 3 months has never been broken for so many years. However, this time, he has never had any news about his grandpa Yang Wudi in the year and a half in the killing city. No. Your grandpa should be fine now, but Dugubo almost overturned our Blazing Academy. Yang Fan looked embarrassed. What he was most worried about was that his grandpa Yang Wudi thought it was the spirit hall who did it and did something impulsive. Now he can only say that he is lucky. Otherwise, he really dare not think about what the Poe clan would be like now. However, when he thought that Dugubo could stand up when he disappeared, Yang Fan's heart suddenly had some wonderful changes. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Through the conversation along the way, Yang Fan had a general understanding of the changes in Douluo Continent in the past year and a half. First of all, it was the Elephant Armor sect. Because of the lack of a leader, the remaining old, weak, sick and disabled members of the Elephant Armor sect completely left Xiandao City one night. As for where they went, no one knew. No one paid attention to it anymore. But one thing is certain, the old, weak, sick and disabled members of the Elephant Armor sect will never restore the sect to its glory. Correspondingly, the old brand Elephant Armor Academy also completely closed down due to the departure of the Elephant Armor sect. When Yang Fan asked about the Poe clan, the brothers and sisters of the Huo family showed that they didn't know anything. It's not that they didn't want to say, but they really didn't know. Since Yang Fan disappeared, this family that had gradually emerged on the Douluo Continent has become more low-key than before. No one knows what they are doing. Then there is the recent popular All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite competition. The decline of the Elephant Armor Academy has made other Soul Master Academies in the Xiandao division think about rushing out of the Xiandao division. The first thing Yang Fan did when he returned to the academy was to write a letter of safety to his grandfather. He really didn't mean to cut off contact with his family. However, everything happened too suddenly, causing him to be imprisoned in the Slaughter City for a year and a half. Yang Fan now only hopes that his letter can return to the Poe clan as soon as possible and return to his grandfather's hands. Who? Yang Fan looked up suddenly. In an instant, the cold breath instantly filled the dormitory room of only a few dozen square meters. Boy, I haven't seen you for a year and a half, and your strength has improved again. Before the voice fell, an old figure had already appeared in the room quietly. It was Dugubo. It was exactly a year and a half since the last time the two met, and during this time, Yang Fan's strength had changed again. It was indeed a pervert. Even Dugubo, who was a titled Douluo, had to admire that he had never seen a soul master as fast as Yang Fan. How did you know I was back? Obviously. Dugubo came for him. Xiandao City is my territory. How can you, a little pervert, hide from my eyes when you come back? Yang Fan didn't bother about this question. Although Dugubo is aloof and arrogant, he is still a guest of the Xiandao Empire. Maybe someone saw him and the Huo brothers and sisters in Xiandao City and told this old man, "You kid, you are not coming back for the Soul Master competition this time, right?" The reason why Dugubo appeared here today was for this matter. There is nothing to worry about Yang Fan's strength. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall is indeed gifted, but they are not even a little bit inferior to Yang Fan. As long as there are no accidents during the competition, it is almost certain that Yang Fan will lead the Blazing Academy to win the championship with his strength. But this matter is not a question of winning or not, but a question of Yang Fan's survival. After being exposed to the Spirit Hall, will they really let go of a genius soul master who is a threat to the Spirit Hall? Of course. Yang Fan also learned the most critical information today. The Spirit Hall has announced the champion reward of the Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. Just like in the original book, 3 soul bones. Yang Fan smiled. This is because the Spirit Hall didn't know who Yang Fan was, otherwise they wouldn't dare to take the soul bone as the champion reward, even if they had 10 guts. You might as well die outside. This is true. If Yang Fan didn't come back, he would have thought that the boy was dead. Now he comes back. If he is killed by the Spirit Hall, he will be miserable again. Don't you still have me? You said you would protect me. You won't go back on your word, right? He is determined to get the soul bone. For now, there is really no way that is simpler and crueler than participating in the Spirit Master Academy Elite Competition. There is another more important reason why he chose to participate in the Spirit Master Elite Competition. He doesn't want to hide anymore. If he keeps on living like this, the Poue clan will never become the top family in Douluo Continent. I said I would help you, but I never said I would die. Douluo was arrogant all his life, but he also had a very clear understanding of his own strength. He is invincible below Douluo, but facing a powerful spirit master organization like the Spirit Hall, his ability is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No one asked you to die. I'm just going to participate in the Soul Master student competition. Don't make it look like you're going to the execution ground, okay? Yang Fan said. I'm confused. Is a soul bone worth your life? When did you become so narrow-minded? Yang Fan didn't say anything, but he couldn't deny that such a soul bone was really important to him. He had been looking for it in Douluo Continent for several years. This was the only spiritual soul bone that could reach 50,000 years. Hey, what are you doing? Douluo didn't stay and only left a sentence when he left. I'm going to Douluo City to see if all of you Yang family members are so stubborn. Douluo's appearance and departure disrupted all of Yang Fan's thoughts, but also gave him a wake-up call. It was obviously not okay to go to the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Competition in half a year naked. He had to be fully prepared. Douluo City. Yang Wu's old hands tightly grasped the envelope, trembling slightly. It's okay. It's okay. Yang Wu never believed that Yang Fan had been murdered. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.